me out of here, please. Let me out of here. You have no right to keep me here. Let me out. Let me out of here. Let me out.
Continue, please.
Let me out of here. My eyes bother me. Let
Go
me
on.
out. Let me out.
Responsible for it. This will be at 3:30.
2/3 of volunteers were prepared to administer a potentially fatal electric shock when encouraged to do so by what they perceived as a legitimate authority figure.
Roughly 60–65% of the people went all the way to the top of the shock board.
And in some studies, he got conformity, compliance, obedience up to 90%.
2/3 of the men agreed to administer the highest shock.
I can't tell you why I listened to him and kept going. I should have just said no.
When you were watching, how good were you at guessing? Oh, this person may go or this may not.
It was impossible to tell. I tried to guess. I tried to look for signs, body language, anything to try to guess who's going to continue and who's going to stop. And that tells me that it's not that there are certain kinds of people who are obviously different from the rest of us. It tells me that probably all of us are capable.
The lesson is that even the most well-adjusted person can be swayed to act in horrendous ways if the situation leads them to it. That anyone is vulnerable.
I did not expect the transformation of good kids into pathological prisoners or abusing guards to occur so quickly and so extremely.
It surprised me that no one said anything to stop me. They just accepted what I said, and no one questioned my authority at all. And it really shocked me. Why didn't people, when I started to get, abuse people so much, I started to get so profane that, and still people didn't say anything.
It seems like, you know, every century, every decade that we go through, you know, we're suffering the same kind of atrocities, and you need to understand why these things happen. You need to understand why people behave like this.
I had really thought that I was incapable of this kind of behavior. I was surprised, no, I was dismayed to find out that I could really be that I could act in a manner so absolutely unaccustomed to anything I would even really dream of doing. And while I was doing it, I didn't feel any regret. I didn't feel any guilt. It was only afterwards when I began to reflect on what I had done that this behavior began to dawn on me, and I realized that this was a part of me I hadn't really noticed before.
You think about how many military or veteran influencers in general are under or have been under some type of allegation of adultery, domestic violence, stolen valor, fraud, lying about stories. The list goes on and on. I know you guys can think of a ton of them off the top of your head. A lot of people can't understand how this could possibly be. It's just veterans tearing down other veterans. No. And I put myself in the thumbnail for a reason, because I'm not a hypocrite. You should not look at me as a role model. You should not idolize what I did for a job. And I'm going to explain to you why. First thing I'm going to tell you is the criteria of how a Special Forces soldier psychologically is looked for. Okay? Every special operator, every single one, is on a sociopathic spectrum. And we look for it purposefully. A lot of people think that's crazy, but not really if you think about it. Why? What do you need a Green Beret or a Navy SEAL for? You need men who can go do morally reprehensible things to other human beings for a good cause that can then be brought back, decompartmentalize what they've done, and be reintegrated safely into society. That requires some level of sociopathic mental behavior. Now, what we don't want is when we get too far into the psychopathic realm, okay, and this becomes into complete psychopathy, narcissistic behavior, which some of that we've probably seen. Okay, so you need that balance. You need it in the spectrum, but not too high. And I tell you that for you to understand that because of that, men who are willing to go do the things I'm going to talk about in this video, you should not be shocked that these same men are willing to lie for monetary gain or lie for fame. That is nothing on the spectrum of mentally of what we're willing to do. Now, again, I said I would lead with me first, right? Because again, I'm not here to point fingers. This is not me attacking anybody personally, not veterans attacking veterans. It's for the American public, which hopefully this video gets out to a lot of people so they can understand this. Can understand why this is so common in the military influencer world. Now, what was I asked to do, just like every other soft veteran? Go to a foreign country, kick in doors, eliminate threats, right? Obviously it gets way deeper strategically than that. And why? Now there's a lot of reasons that we can say why. There's the propaganda reasons over the last 20 years of fighting terrorism, if you still believe that. But really, what I did and what my teammates did is we went into someone else's country, into someone else's village, and we did absolutely horrific things to other human beings. Things that you guys cannot possibly imagine that happen in combat, in war. Now, you can justify that as defending the nation, fighting terrorism. It does not change the fact that we do what we do. Okay? And the reason why that's important is I tell you that to also tell you, having done those horrible things and killed people and taken human lives, which we'll talk about that a little bit later. The biggest issue when I talk about why we're not role models or on some moral high ground, I didn't feel bad about any of those things at the time. I didn't regret what I did at the time. I don't feel bad about them years later, and I don't feel bad about them now. I don't regret them. I don't lose a second of sleep over any of that. That is not the type of person that you should look at as a role model. And I'm not rare. When my ODA went out and took the fight to the enemy, the Taliban, and we killed 50 to 60 insurgents a night, nobody was coming back boo-boo faced and sad. It was high fives, celebrations. That's normal. That's the special operator room. That's the type of men that we're talking about here. So, if you think, again, that men who can do that without losing a second of sleep at night, what are they willing to do outside of that? Now, part of the problem is sort of the wool that gets pulled over people's eyes. Because a lot of us are very, very nice people. Most Green Berets are some of the nicest guys you're ever going to meet. And this is where it gets confusing for people. Some of my teammates, some of my best friends in the world are amazing fathers, amazing men, amazing husbands, and they are absolutely horrible human beings. I would die for them in a second. But that's the reality of what we're talking about up here. Slaughtering other human beings, whether it's Taliban or whoever, is not a morally positive thing. It may be justifiable, it may be required, but does not make you a good person for doing it. Okay? One of the worst things I see, and this is really because of Hollywood, sort of the glamorization, the glorification of war and combat and killing. I'm not going to name names. You guys know who they are. But the influencers who are out there laughing and joking about how awesome it was for all the people they killed, I'll tell you this. I'm not going to judge you. The people who do that, there's only two reasons that they do that. No more than two. The first, they're a psychopath and they thoroughly enjoyed ending human life. That's what serial killers do. There's a lot of that. That exists. The second is the more common one, and that is they use that humor as a coping mechanism to deal with what they've done. That is understandable. Okay, so I don't judge that, but you guys should understand what's going on when you're watching a podcast with some Delta Force operator bragging about how he doesn't remember how many people he's slaughtered. It's not a good thing. That's not a role model. I have no issues. If you guys want to watch my channel because you think I'm entertaining, because you like the information I put out, right? The experience I have to give, all these sorts of different things. Fantastic. Glad to have you. Same thing for all the other soft channels. But if you're watching these people because you're idolizing them and looking up to them, you want your sons to be like them, that is incorrect. For any of them. Wrong. Okay? And the reason I tell you this is really good-hearted people that care about human beings do not join special forces. Right? Because at the end of the day, if you really don't want to harm people, you really don't want to hurt people, you know by joining this organization, you're most likely, and your sole training focus is going to be to go do harm to other human beings. That's our job. That's like taking human life is what all of my time is training to become the best in the world at taking other people's lives. That's the job. Good-hearted people don't join that job. Now, again, super nice people, amazing friends, fathers, husbands. But in here, there is the capability to do unseen harm to other human beings without thinking about it for a second, if called upon. It was like squashing a mosquito and moving on with my life. That's the reality of war. And I also tell you that because at the moment I didn't feel bad. When I walked up to them, I didn't feel bad. When I got home, I didn't feel bad. And today I don't feel bad. Yes, now part of that is because had we not killed them, they would have killed us. That's part of war. And I'll tell you this, one of the things I struggled with the most coming home from that combat deployment was not PTSD of, I just can't understand how trying to cope with what I did, and it was so bad. The biggest issue I had was not understanding why I didn't have any issues with the things that we did. At all. That took a while for me to get over. Because that is not normal. Now, there's tons of people that are my friends, my students, my teammates that follow the channel, that watch the channel, that'll tell you Nate's super nice. Nate will bend over backwards to help you with anything you need, anything he can do, whenever he can do. That's true. I try to give back in every way I can. Charity events, speaking events to the kids. I try to be the best father, husband I can possibly be. But that does not make me a good human being. And I'll tell you this. I used to be very religious. Okay? I am no longer religious. Not because I don't believe, not because I don't have faith, but because of the things that I went and did. And the fact that I regret none of them tells me I know what God thinks of that, and I know where I'm probably going. That's a reality. But you should, for not a second, romanticize, idolize, or make them your role models. If you don't like this video and it upset you, that was kind of the point. All right, everybody. Take care.
You guys have a permit, right? No, sir. Can't be here.
Hail to the freedom! Woo! Here you are, dearie. Have a lovely afternoon.
Thank you.
Oh, my pleasure.
Thanks a lot.
There's no vending on Capitol grounds. You guys aware of that?
It's a free country, ma'am.
And you guys are continuing.
You want lemonade? Yeah?
Did you want to come?
10 cents for some lemonade, guys.
2 more?
Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you so much for your business.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Would you like a cup as well?
Yes, don't be intimidated. Don't be intimidated. Don't be intimidated by them.
How you doing? Don't take pictures.
Whoa! Hey!
Out of our face.
Private property.
You got that on camera. Please don't break equipment, man.
Voluntary. Completely being hurt by this.
145 copy. No money. No money. They want to give you something for free, they'll give it to you for free. Do not give them any money.
10 cents.
Don't give them any money.
We are free people.
Have a good afternoon. This is vending without a permit. Get out of my face. Vending without a permit. So you guys want to be arrested for your cause of lemonade liberation.
Ma'am, come liberate the lemons. Lemonade, 10 cents, guys. 10 cents lemonade. 10 cents lemonade. Come get your 10 cents lemonade while it's nice and cold. Do not use violence. Do not use violence and force against peaceful people.
Well,
Ma'am, this is not an option anymore. You are under arrest.
Leave these people alone.
I'm sorry, you're under arrest.
Leave these people alone. Leave them alone.
I am getting arrested for selling lemonade. Do you guys have services?
Lemonade, 10 cents, guys. We've got a few cups
So what
left.
happens if you sell lemonade?
We're not free.
Your tax dollars!
No victims, no crime. Nothing but kidnappers. Selling lemonade is not a crime.
Right. Segregation was a crime in the 50s. Would you enforce that law?
Unfortunately, I wouldn't be an officer back then at that time. If it was, I would enforce it, though.
You would enforce it?
Absolutely.
If you would enforce the segregation law?
I don't make the laws, I just enforce them, sir. The squad was not with the police, it's with the lawmakers. I think it's absurd, and I'm sure most people do. Yeah. But I got a good job that pays me about 6 figures, and I'm not losing it, you know. They tell me, like, you got it.
Peacefully speaking and handing information to other people. These gentlemen have violated our constitutionally protected rights to free speech without cause.
Jim, I was trying to leave. We're all brothers and sisters. I stopped giving them out.
Peace officers across the street, do your duty!
Brothers and sisters.
Do your duty!
We're not against law enforcement.
You are not doing your duty. You are negligent of your duty,
This
sir.
is ridiculous. It really is.
Why has this man been arrested? Peace officer to do their duty.
Is passing out flyers a crime?
Our rights are being violated.
I advise you take a step back, please.
Our rights are being violated. You are losing your constitutionally prprotected rights to freedom of speech.
Step back.
We were peacefully engaging people with information. Peacefully, which is our natural right to do
And then he
so.
started chasing me down the block as I tried to leave.
Which one chased you?
These individuals accosted us and are holding us against our will
that guy right
under
there?
duress.
That guy can run?
We harmed no other living individual.
Away calmly.
We have harmed
And then he
no
said that was
other
resisting.
living
Because I didn't
individual.
listen to him.
We
I
were
said I want to leave
speaking
and go
and
home.
peacefully
I didn't get out
engaging
any more of those flyers
our
when he said to.
constitutional
So you're passing out flyers, and that's why you've been detained here.
Yes.
City of Brotherly Love.
All right. What do you think you get extra rights because you've got a badge? Well, what if I wanted to put handcuffs on you because I didn't like the information you were distributing?
The thing is, today is this guy, tomorrow is us. For what reason? This is us. What are you teaching the kids? I don't understand this. Like today it's him, tomorrow it's us because we may say something and not agree with something someone else says.
That's right.
I'm not understanding this. This is children are watching this. This is what you're teaching. My children's great-grandfather was a signer on the Declaration of Independence. Robert Tree Payne, and you're teaching these kids. We just came to look at this, and this is how we treat people who have a different freedom of speech?
Yep, pretty much.
I don't understand this.
Wow. Now I'm free to go. They've decided it's time I can go.
Did they charge you with a crime?
Apparently,
I was interfering with agency function and failure to obtain a permit, which I believe the group probably has a permit. Who knows? I don't even know that.
Since when do we need a permit
I don't know.
to exercise our freedom of speech?
Apparently, since these violent officials decided so.
Are you okay?
I'm okay, but my arms are in pain.
Are you okay?
My legs are asleep.
Yeah, I want my
and
flyer
my
so I can
freedom
continue
is not
to engage
okay.
people.
Well, who stole your property?
They stole it. Those people.
Which of you stole his property?
right
Return
there,
the stolen property right now.
Which property are you referring
Who's got his stolen property?
The
papers that he had. I thought we're supposed to be secure in our persons and our papers.
Apparently not.
Who stole them?
This one here.
Which guy? That guy?
This one with the cat.
You, with the stolen property. Could you please return that?
Sir, it's evidence.
Evidence of what? Evidence of First Amendment?
About their case. So
of these violations.
Why do you need all of them? You can't even look anyone in the eye. It's not even human beings.
Go home and tell your kids what you did here today.
Update after the state threw away thousands of dollars in raw milk. Now, this happened on a Cass County dairy farm.
Representatives from the Michigan Department of Agriculture and Rural Development, or MDARD, were back at the farm today to dispose of more products.
Search on Your Side's newest member, Callie Lichter, tells us how much money the farm operators think they lost.
This morning, 2 staff from MDARD came to Nourish Cooperative to oversee the disposal of the rest of the raw dairy products into this dumpster that you see behind me. Now, speaking to a manager at the cooperative, she estimates that they lost about $90,000 worth of product, but are still waiting on that official number from the department.
But they came on that day with a cease and desist letter already printed out.
Nourish co-founder Ashley Armstrong says there were some issues with the labels on the raw dairy product, but that it was taken care of by their team.
And yet we still were told it's illegal to sell raw dairy as pet food, and all of it had to be destroyed. That I can drive to a pet food store throughout the state of Michigan and buy raw goat milk. So I'm a little bit confused as to why we can't.
Armstrong says they applied for a pet food license this past March, and MDARD says they worked with Nourish to get them properly licensed to sell human and animal foods.
So everything else is fine to sell now. Like that's what it's just funny that like they say, okay, it's good now. Everything is good except for the raw dairy, but I don't think that we are going to be able to sell raw dairy based on what they're telling us.
Starting as a startup last September, Nourish says the regulations, like ones on raw dairy, hurt small-scale farming.
I wish that there weren't as many like really tight, stringent regulations that make it really hard to do that, because the regulations allow for larger farms, big agriculture companies to really take hold of certain food industries.
I'm here to talk to you about the problem of slavery. It didn't end in the 1860s. It's a social malady that's with us today, and it's increasing in its scope and virulence. The desire to enslave our fellow man is unfortunately intrinsic to the human character. It has been with us since the beginning of time, on every continent and in virtually every culture, from ancient Egypt to Babylon to Greece and Rome, Africa, Asia, Europe, and the United States. Germany and Japan openly practiced widespread slavery only 50 years ago, and the Soviet Union until less than a decade ago. China even today. It's a disease of our human nature, and yet people are under the impression that it no longer exists. I say to you that in a subtle form it exists in America today, and it's becoming less subtle and more manifest. Madison Avenue has just cleaned it up a little bit, dressed it up in new words. The slave master is now Big Brother, someone to protect you, someone to confide in. But it's all the same. He owns your life. This may sound far-fetched, but I think I can prove it. When the IRS allows you a tax deduction, they and their congressional collaborators and the media call it a tax subsidy. In other words, they designate it as a gift to you, a subsidy. The only way they could conceive this terminology is by presupposing that they, i.e. the government, own all the money. Their view is that they're entitled to it all. That which they allow you to keep is their compassionate and generous gift to you. How can this be? You create the money by your efforts, your sacrifice, your creativity, your risk-taking. So how can it belong to them? It's very simple. They own you. They own everything you produce, your money, your house, your thoughts and ideas, your children. If you go to a foreign country to work, you still have to pay the U.S. income tax. You could dig a hole in the middle of Siberia and they'd be entitled to a cut of your wages because in their minds, under their law, they own you. They create arcane and esoteric laws to criminalize you. You may try, but you can't obey them. You can't even understand them without a lot of professional help. You have to run around slavishly collecting little pieces of paper, receipts, 7 years of detailed financial records because you might be called on to give an account of yourself to the big boss man. And if you've made a mistake, he can take everything you have. He loves it that way. That's total power over you, slavery. I don't remember when we, the people, signed over ownership of ourselves. It just gradually happened by them taking more and more of our freedom. But here's the worst part. It's really only just begun. In this modern age, the information age, getting your money is not enough, even though money, don't let anyone deceive you, is the material source of your freedom. Now, however, they want your mind. If you deviate in your thinking, if you commit one of the 10,000 taboos, and they perceive your actions as a threat, they'll come out and kill you. It was the thought police who killed the children at Waco and Ruby Ridge. Neither David Koresh nor Randy Weaver, whatever things might be said about them, had ever mugged anyone, robbed a 7-Eleven, or committed forcible rape or murder. But they did have unorthodox views, and therefore it was necessary to round them up and deal with them. Whatever their crimes were, they could have been arrested and tried openly in a court of law. But that was not the aim of certain factions in the government. These statists wanted a massive demonstration of force to show who was boss. The penalty for resisting is death. After all, we're not free. We belong to the government, and deviant thoughts will not be tolerated. In the aftermath of the horrible Oklahoma City bombing, government propagandists tried to intimidate the people into silence by recklessly linking criticism of the government to acts of murder. Some people ask, how can you fear your government and claim to love your country? Our response is, how can you love your country without fearing your government? Who else holds a counterfeit license to kill, incarcerate, and confiscate for non-crimes? Remember, America is about liberty first and last, not obedience to bureaucrats. The Washington power clique wants you to shut up, get in line, do what you're told to do, and most outrageously, think what you've been told to think. We have hundreds of politicians and thousands of lobbyists crawling all over Washington, thinking of ways to control you, to extend their will over you, to subvert your freedom and replace it with their will, to capture, that is, to steal your life force. And so we should all be very angry, because anger is the engine that drives our will to resist. And without resistance, without awareness, they will take it all. That's not just politically perverse. It's a sin against mankind, because freedom is actually sacred. Drop an ant into a jar and seal the lid. It will spend the rest of its life trying to get out. It has nowhere to go, but it wants to be free. That is its nature. It's the way every living thing is made. Once, a long time ago, I saw something at the zoo, a wolf lying in its cage. I thought about how this magnificent animal was the end product of millions of years of evolutionary design. A nose that could detect the faintest scent, ultrasonic hearing, eyes that could see in the dark, teeth and jaws capable of crushing thick bone, heart and lungs that could run him for hours in a sub-zero blizzard. And yet there he was, lying forlorn and full of despair. He was well fed. He had a clean habitat and water and medical care. So what was the problem? He was sick with the knowledge that his wonderful powers would never be exercised again. And so he lay there, his head on his paws, staring blankly ahead at perhaps some imaginary forest that he could never reach because there were bars around him. They had not killed his body, but they were destroying his soul. God gave Adam and Eve freedom, even though he knew they would invite death into the world. That's how important freedom is in the divine scheme of things. And that's why we urge you to defend it.
What I'm talking about here is aggregate numbers. The vast majority, the vast percentages of people are in a state of psychological self-loathing. Subconsciously. They don't have to think consciously, I really don't like myself. Most people don't have self-loathing issues at that conscious level and like want to kill themselves or say that they hate themselves. Nonetheless, they do hate themselves deep down inside, underneath it, at the subconscious level, at the level of the unseen. Okay, and there's another reason for this self-hatred. See, again, just to clarify this, only a people who are self-loathing and ultimately hate themselves could allow themselves to remain enslaved. It follows logically. If you just think about it, it has nothing to do with the physical enslavement here. People are participating in their own enslavement because they will not desist in doing certain jobs, because they will not desist in continuing to support the financial and monetary enslavement, because they want theirs. See, they can't transition to the mindset that there's only one family living on this planet. It's too far beyond their level of consciousness to go to. They can't make that fundamental understanding to transition into the level of awareness that there is no separation at the ultimate level. And I get it. Not everybody understands that. That is the one level of actual separation, consciousness. Whether people understand that we are really one, whether people understand that there is no such thing as authority and no one is higher than anybody else. And that doesn't mean there aren't people who are at higher levels of awareness and consciousness when it comes to these truths. And I get it. That may sound like total alien language to some people listening out there because they're not there yet. They're not at that level yet. I get it. Once again, I'm not naive enough to believe everybody's at the same level of consciousness. I'm telling you what the truth is, but I'm telling you not everybody's going to accept that or understand it. They're going to look at you when you try to explain it like you have 3 heads growing out of your neck. Okay? Don't make the mistake of believing people are on the same level of awareness when it comes to the solutions, to what really needs to be done, because they're not. Most people can't even comprehend that language, let alone really understand the level of consciousness it's going to take to get there. You know, it would literally, with some people, be like trying to explain arithmetic to a dog. Literally. And I'm not saying that to insult people. I'm saying it because it's true. That's the level of consciousness they're at. So, this self-loathing condition is what has to ultimately be repaired. Now, that's not easy work. That's not going to be easy to do, because the conditions are holding people in self-loathing as well. Not just their psychological framework or mindset. The external conditions in the world are continuing because these people don't have time to work on themselves. They're too busy doing things for survival needs, you know? Let alone, they're barely scraping by with basic survival, let alone thinking about deep nested psychological issues at the subconscious level. They're not looking at themselves. They're doing everything they can to avoid looking at themselves in many cases. So this self-loathing, only true self-respect can heal it. Breaking out of the abuse victim cycle, saying, no, I don't need to continue to think about it as I need to come out on top. I don't need to think about it as I need to do what's been done to me or what's been done to other people to propagate the same cycle of abuse. We have to get out of the abuse victim game, out of the mentality. Get out of the mentality of wanting to be an abuser and wanting to continue to be abused. That's what real self-respect is.
Bing is how it's said in Chinese, original Chinese text. And Bing literally means like sickness or pain or illness or something like this. But as you mentioned here, it's sickness or fault being ignorance or delusion, or not knowing about things, or even not knowing that you don't know, something like this. So being not sick of sickness, not being sick of ignorance or deluded mind is a sage's mind. That's what he's trying to get to. Yeah. And again, even the famous saying by Socrates that he's saying like, I know that I don't know, right? Something like this. Is important, and even the Confucius Analects actually pointing out that you need to be honest, that be aware that you are aware that you do know, or you also should be aware that you don't know, and you need to have this kind of honesty with yourself. Otherwise, it's going to play like a hindrance in your path of knowledge.
Exactly, and one of the modern sicknesses, to use the term, is that, especially in the modern day, due to all of the media and, you know, people who have social media and so forth and so on, is this idea or this temperament people have where they will speak about things that they don't know, right? And this is sort of what Lao Tzu is speaking about as well. Like, so it's often the case that the less someone knows, the more they actually think they know, right? So they'll say something about things that they have no idea about. Now, I don't know why people do this, and it's usually in every culture. I don't know if it's about saving face or it's about looking like you're sort of up with the Joneses on whatever the current information is. But there is a power in saying that you just don't know. Hey, like, what about this situation? Yeah, I didn't even know it existed. So I can't have an opinion on it off the bat, right? Yes. Like, I need to know more to actually formulate a correct opinion from my subjective perspective. Mm-hmm. And so I think that is a real common problem within society today, because people will have an opinion on things that they really don't know anything about. And so a lot of the time it's best to just stay quiet about it and say, look, come back to me at a future date and I will have thought about it a little bit more, maybe, you know. So, but a lot of people don't operate from that perspective. And so that it's in and of itself is a type of ignorance, because you are pretending that you know something, but you actually don't know anything about it, right? So there's a strength, as Lao Tzu is saying in this chapter, that the sages are okay not to know something that they have no idea about, and so they will not formulate an opinion on it on the spot. And so that's a type of power that I think a lot of people don't appreciate. But at the same time, we all have this intuition where when people do act genuinely like that, we actually respect people when they don't just start going off the handle and spouting off what their opinions are. There's a type of sort of ingrained respect we have for those type of people, because we see the genuineness and the authenticity in that, as opposed to just saying, hey, what do you think about this? Oh, don't agree with it, so forth and so on, even though you don't know anything about it, right? So,
yeah, in this day and age, especially with the social media generation, knowing something, or as you said, pretending you know everything is playing a big part, because you need to look certain way, right? You need to look smart, you need to look, have answers for everything, and so you look better than everyone else type of thing. And that definitely contributing to how the sickness getting actually worse. And this idea that you think you know certain things is obviously very deluded mind, and deeply that kind of mentality is coming from very like wrong understanding of reality, as in when we know something, right? You can only know from your own limited knowledge, right? And that once that becomes your strong conditioning through the education and socialization process, then becomes a little bit too hardened and concrete, right? And you have this strong mind that, I know about this. I definitely know this, like that sort of attitude. And that only comes from that strong conditioned mind that the reality or what you know, what you've accumulated in your mind is kind of that's it, like that's definite. That's they have a strong affirmation of that. And but we know that our knowledge is very limited in a sense. So of course we can't know everything. Yeah, we can know some things, but only that also is within the boundary of your own knowledge. But people think that your own knowledge is everything or universal. So therefore, that I know everything and mentality and attitude come from that mindset, right? Like my knowledge is universal, whereas your mind is, again, Jiddu Krishnamurti it's very strong on this type of matter that he's saying that we need to be very, very cautious and be careful of what we think we know, because knowledge is what limited. Why? Because only within the boundary of your own mind. And your knowledge is not universal. Obviously, it's not. Everyone has a different perspective and different knowledge on same things. So we are all entitled to say according to what we know, but that is not the absolute. That's what people forget.
That's why Zhuangzi, much like Jidu, always thought that you can't reduce the universe to a logical conclusion, or you can't reduce like a philosophy to some sort of logical end, right? So knowledge is always ever growing. So knowledge is not a noun, it's a verb, right? So it's ever growing. And as humans, once we think we know, we stop growing. Yes. And so there's a old phrase in Chinese and Taoism where it's, to translate it badly in English, kind of states that when you stop learning, you stop growing, and hence you die.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the final part of Health Revealed, Part 9. Yes, if you've been here with us, I want to say thank you very much, because we're going to be diving into our solutions, our approaches to how we navigate this crazy world. We were even talking about it with each other. We're like, how do we really discern and navigate this world, and how do we even sometimes present this information, because we have so much information. And if you've been with us, you know that we've been sharing researchers that maybe don't get the spotlight, and so much research that is not generally talked about in the mainstream, but we're here to shift that narrative. And so when we are shifting this narrative, it's important we talk about what we observe to be solutions or action steps for people to take within their own life and systematically, right? What we can all do together. And so starting out, let's kind of bring things together and recap a lot of what we talked about through this depiction called the drama triangle. Right? And so you have three different angles to this triangle. You have a rescuer, a persecutor, and a victim. The rescuer saves people he sees as vulnerable, works hard, offers help unasked for. The persecutor, unaware of his own power and therefore discounting it, the power is used negative and often destructive. And the victim, overwhelmed by their own vulnerability, doesn't take responsibility for their own situation. So what do you guys think of the drama triangle? And I think, Stephanie, you brought this to my attention for the first time, and I was like, wow, this is really sharing kind of the dynamics that play within our world.
I think this is really relevant in the idea of relationships. And you see this often discussed in relationships or family dynamics that are very complicated. But I thought it was so relevant in our presentation because this is almost the same exact dynamic that you see playing out amongst our institutions within power, and how it's more of the micro to the macro, and the collective system are still using these different rescuer, persecutor, victim dynamics as a control tactic.
Yeah, and well, here's actually a different version of this triangle, which we may call the dysfunction system triangle, where you have the mother, which is the provider, the father, which is the system, and then the patient, which is the child. And don't forget, when we're saying mother and father, we're also meaning here masculine and feminine, right? In a sense, right? Kind of bringing these forces together.
Or two providers that offer something when they're in their right balance themselves. And I think that's one of the biggest complications that we're seeing right now is these dynamics of mother and father are playing out in more of a dysfunctional, covert, unhealthy way, based in attachment, control, labeling, to keep people in a sense of feeling stuck as the child rather than just like a parental dynamic, allowing the child to individuate for its own and empower itself. And these mother and father dynamics are having a hard time letting go and allowing, in this case, the patient to truly evolve throughout their illness experience, physically, mentally, emotionally, and spiritually. The diagnosis somewhat keeps them stuck.
I think this diagram suggests a divisiveness as well, an oppositional relationship among these three kind of roles, instead of coming to unity and integration among these different the different players. And so when we just continue to cycle back and forth between, someone who's somewhat weak, vulnerable, that is then abdicating in some ways their own power, their own solution. And then we have, feeling oppressed by a perpetrator of some sort or a controller. And then here comes a rescuer, to come in and protect or block that child from the angry father, for example, in a family system. It just leads to chaos and a lack of true resolution. And also ultimately that child, that patient doesn't become empowered and to the potential of their own ability. People stay
Yes.
stuck.
Yeah. And I will say that, Carl Jung shared with us this idea of the mother and the father-like figure being embodied within the system that we call the state or the government, being that provider or that protector that people look up toward. And so people are kind of kept in this infant or childlike state, looking up to this utopian type of idea of a society where it's providing all their needs.
The sense of powerlessness at the base, and then the dynamic of blame, rather than solution, rather than really seeking true kind of the middle zone, finding the place of harmony where we can really create more of an equal play, power dynamic where no one stands separate and above the other.
Right.
This symbology is very powerful, actually. I think we could talk a long time about this because what it has the potential to represent in a family system that's healthy, their ability to repair and keep the through line of love and integrity at the core of everything that goes on is always very evident. And when that's lost based off of just an unconscious way of being in a role dynamic, what happens is either person on this triangle starts to fragment from the whole and the repair becomes almost impossible, and then we start to defer outwardly and blame others, and it becomes a triangle of, well, it's the system's fault, no, it's the provider's fault, no, it's the patient's fault, they don't want to take care of themselves. It's just who is the problem here, rather than understanding that actually we're all the problem and we have to come into conscious awareness of how to keep love at the root over the ego.
We're all the solution as well.
Yes, because all these parts go together, right? I mean, we can learn from one another where we're at, the people we disagree with, why is that? The people that we're fighting, why are we fighting, right? It's like, because going back to discernment, this whole idea I shared, we were talking about how we don't want people to become necessarily rebellious from the information we share just because we might criticize systems, But in the same way, just because we might criticize everyday people does not mean we're not criticizing the systems. So we're trying to put, I'd say, scrutiny or accountability on part of everybody so everybody can become their best self.
Right. It's like, you know, in terms of the micro to the macro, think of something like cancer. When you have a cell that goes out on its own within the body and then begins to multiply because there's a boundary issue around what's happening within the body. It's the same thing at the system level. Is again, if the family unit were healthy, between the system, the provider, and the patient, or the mother, father, patient, child, as we have here, if it were healthy, there wouldn't be a need to extricate it from society and cancel it and then say, oh, well, we're right. And we got to push this one out. In a healthy system, it brings in together and we can repair and discuss and heal and get through the complications where it's more unifying, not separating out.
Yes. And perhaps we can say this is, you know, the triangle that could be applied not just in the external world, but in the internal world as we have to find balance within ourselves, right? And we're often talking about this reflection of having to change ourselves to change the external world, but also the other way around as well. That's why it's important. We're looking at systems like statism, this belief system that a lot of people have. Although it's one that we say it's a lot of people and involves systems, it's within the individual. It's within people.
Oh, yeah, I love that. Just like we talked about in previous slides, like the right left hemisphere of the brain and having that healthy corpus callosum where we can interact and interface amongst the different parts of ourself, or just like IFS, internal family systems. It's the division and the war within the self. It's the same thing as this triangle, is that you have to create this way of dealing, framing your life where there's like a higher perspective that can navigate the parts of you that feel unseen, unsafe, unheard of. So, I mean, you can take it right down to the self, that very micro, and it's the same reflection in our relationships and then even up to our system level. I love that.
So, the possible effects of statism, if we're talking about this belief system that a lot of people have, and again, you know, looking at it from the external, the internal point of view, we can see there's actually a lot of different effects that might take place within our world. And we've shared a lot of research from different people who have studied this mindset, people who've studied different manifestations of that mindset. We've looked at mindsets like tribalism, collectivism that kind of tie in, a lot of the supporting mindsets, some researchers who don't really know what statism is, some researchers who do, different people who've struggled with oppression, looking at history, right? There's a lot of layers to this, but Leslie, if you can kind of summarize and look at this slide here, based on the DSM-5, you shared with me a lot of these different diagnoses that you see are related to statism. If you can kind of expand on that.
Sure, I'll read this slide. The actions of the state or actions supported and promoted by the state are creating stress and trauma in people. Stress and trauma are often studied among the primary causes of mental illness and physical health problems. That's the assertion. Based on studying the DSM-5, we may observe diagnoses related to statism itself, like PTSD and other trauma-related disorders. You know, I mean, a very obvious example are combat vets, you know, people who are working on behalf of our country, you know, for causes that may or may not be even moral. General anxiety disorder is a condition that really develops from prolonged and repeated stressors and or traumas, and our economic system, the systems of power and control within the statist and government systems really, if we're honest with ourselves, play a big part in our general stress, taxation, all of the ways that we are needing to disrupt our schedules to meet the requirements of various state rules and regulations. You know, it's like a death by 1,000 cuts. You know, it adds up over time and stacks upon each other, and people can really be overwhelmed with anxiety. Major depressive disorders, again, similarly, a sense of hopelessness, a sense of powerlessness, a sense of being small and defeated, can be exacerbated by living in this culture of statism. And, eating disorders, again, let's look at, I think we could even add into this the way that maybe the media, which is a little different, but is related in some ways. The consumerist kind of mindsets, can really distort individuals' sense of self, right? Neurodevelopmental disorders, autism, ADHD. Now we have the term neurodivergence. There's all sorts of twisting and turning and changing of diagnoses, and also related to funding too. The state holds the pocketbook for, whether you get funding for certain hardships and difficulties, and you have to meet certain criteria that is rather changeable, especially around autism, and medications and so forth, right? It's all tied up and complicated. Addictions, right now I'll just share this. I'm a clinical social worker, psychotherapist, right? And I went to a training that was supposed to be about new treatments for addiction. And it was being put on by Partnership Healthcare in the state of California. So directly the insurance for the state. And what it was really about was trying to convince us that, addiction is a chronic medical disease that needs treatment for the rest of your life, and that the best treatment is medical assisted treatment like Suboxone or methadone. Really trying to normalize that addiction isn't really recoverable or treatable, and that the best thing is to get these lifelong medications, which I disagree with wholeheartedly. Somatic disorders, sleep disorders, sexual dysfunctions, gender dysphoria, there's all sorts of symptomology that gets labeled, that gets tied into the way our healthcare system operates, and the kinds of funding, diagnoses. Children from 12 and over really can get treatments in some places without parental consent, for example, without parents being informed. Some major things. Oppositional defiant disorders, directly about kids who defy or are defiant to authority. And that is a very subjective type of diagnosis. And it's very connected to defiance in the school system. For example, a state-run institution. Same with conduct disorders. It's a slippery slope. I see, especially for males, for young males, that once they get labeled, becomes a very slippery slope to possibly going into, juvenile hall, into jail, being labeled, not being able to get work. There's all sorts of consequences that are imposed by the state, without a lot of forgiveness. So this kind of goes on, right? And not to mention that there's a lot of medication-induced conditions. There's a lot of ways that medications just get stacked on top of each other to treat the symptoms from the other medications in a very sort of compartmentalized way. So a lot of people don't get access to help because of whether it's their economic situation, whether they qualify for certain insurances, whether they meet the criteria that the state sets at various, very remote levels, right? Where the people that are up right front, at the front lines trying to help people, they don't have the power, to offer an intervention, for example, because of the rules and regulations imposed by the state. It's very disconnected from the people. So, more indirectly, we can look at relational problems, child maltreatment, domestic violence, attachment disruptions, child sexual abuse, a lot of social problems here. The list goes on, that are very interconnected to our what we see as a very normal cultural experience that is overseen by the statist model, and it squeezes and squeezes and squeezes people down to the point where the stress levels are very high and people are suffering. Lots of social class division, right? This very complex interaction between the mental, physical, emotional, spiritual, and relational health. They don't exist in isolation of each other, and yet they are not, in the eyes of the state, treated or observed as an integral unit.
Yes, that's a good point. How many laws would it take to pass to solve all these things? I mean, is health really dependent on the state, or is health going to come from individuals starting to see the bigger picture here and realizing the relationship between a lot of these different things, and being willing to criticize perhaps some of the systems that are actually making the problem worse, not better? You should hit on so many different elements to this. And of course, we've delved into different aspects of this, like talking about psychiatry and the work of Thomas Saz, talking about how there's a relationship between the state and psychiatry and giving medicines and encouraging incentives for people to not necessarily be treated as individuals and with care. We also talked about this idea of addiction, and how people can have an addiction to the state itself or the political game. I want to play this game and wear this certain identity, and that takes place in a lot of people where they have a very painful withdrawal, like, oh, I can't believe my candidate or this person I supported did this wrong thing. I can't believe I was wrong. I don't want to admit to it. Let's just look toward the next election. Let's keep voting new people in office. And it's sort of like this system where it's like, I hope that the system will fix me eventually, and I'm just going to keep playing that game. We've noticed some patterns with that before, even talking about theft and assault here specifically. We can look at something like taxation. We shared many charts before, and we said, well, if you don't have the right to steal from somebody, how could you give that right to some group of individuals or something called government? What makes it moral for some people to do it and immoral for other people to do it? Is it a certain, process or legislation or piece of paper? Talking about what you shared with trauma, we also shared, like from work from Gabor Mate, for instance, that trauma can permeate generations of time. And so if you have systems like war that have been happening for thousands of years on this earth, I mean, we don't necessarily know the trauma that is within us from those generations of conflict, and how that may even play into our family dynamics. And then even if you're looking at victimless crimes here in America, people who are being jailed for not hurting anybody or not messing with anybody else's property, but just themselves, they may end up in jail and then end up even worse than where they started. Because the jailing systems are found not to really help people. And we shared a lot of psychologists who were saying, hey, maybe the way we're doing jailing systems isn't so great either. So we're really putting a lot of accountability on part of the systems, but moreover, the individual to realize their role, I would say, in the system, to find a sense of self, as you're saying. We talked about this idea of self-ownership, right, which is a very empowering thing that Thomas Saz and many of the other researchers were emphasizing. Once you have this, then you have control over your own life, and you're not giving it away to something called the state or the healthcare model or whatever it is. Particularly, we're talking about statism a lot because there is this sort of euphemism involved protecting violence, this sort of legitimization of violence that we may not see.
For those who would like a couple of real life examples, historical examples of groups that have been kind of forcibly in close proximity with the state. And the first one that came to mind in looking through all these, because I was raised on such a reservation, is a Native American Indian group, groups and reservations. And the problems are notorious, the poverty and the problems. And they have a long running history of close proximity to the state and to the programs of the state. The other one I was thinking, people may not completely agree with me or, find different examples of successful and unsuccessful communities, but I'm thinking of the military bases and the communities that are there. These are workers of the state, and they're in close proximity to the state. They have these issues as well. And like I said, it all depends on where you go as to whether these are good examples or not. But for those who want to look a little deeper and see the effects of statism, look to those groups that are in close proximity, and I think you'll agree that this list is a pretty good description of those groups.
I agree, Scott. You know, in my work, I really see that a lot of the people who coming in with kind of like mental health breakdowns are government employees, medical employees, working very long shifts, very rigid rules, very limited power, very little choice in how long they get to take their lunch break. You know, I have a nurse who works for a real major healthcare insurance company that is only allowed, basically the way it works, you could only get 30 minutes every 2 weeks to come to therapy, you know, because of the limitations within her job. And so there's a certain hypocrisy, especially in this particular insurance company. So it's very challenging, and people are trapped between a rock and a hard place a lot of the time, and suffering.
I
Trying
just
to
wanted to
keep
bring
it
up a point from based off of what Leslie said earlier about younger men and the effects of the education system on them, especially in terms of autism, ADHD diagnosis, and the likes, is that what we're finding right now is this high prevalence towards middle age or older women getting diagnosed with autism that was overlooked because the female's proclivity at a young age is to people please and to want to be that good girl. So I think that men and women are actually having the same problems. It's just they're processing it very differently, where the women who have the tendency to be the good girl, the people pleaser, are internalizing this at their own detriment. Maybe that's a contributing factor towards higher cases of chronic disease for women. And then later in life, discovering, oh my gosh, I feel like I have ADHD or autism that was never diagnosed, or now I'm left with 3 chronic diseases because of this internalization process of the role of a young female is to be the good girl. And she's internalizing that pressure. Whereas sometimes I think that the boys are revolting against the pressure and externalizing it. And that looks like a disruption of their behavior or character in the educational system.
Yeah, and I'll touch on the veteran thing. I think it is quite ironic that the people who start to understand this mindset and these systems the most are the people who have gone through that system and have been deeply entrenched in it. Veterans, police officers, they tend to be, funny enough, the voluntarist type of individual that we were talking about before, the person who is maybe an anarchist. You would never think that they would go down that path, but based on their experiences and the things that happen to them, the traumas they have to face, getting out of that, Daniel Arnold wrote a whole book talking about that, the ego and his role in that he had this spiritual awakening one day, and he came to understand a lot of this, and it was profound for him.
That's why I'm so grateful for people such as Leslie and you guys for doing what you're doing, is because I think a lot of times the people that have the most powerful voice went in with good intention. And if they realize, they start to awaken to the fact of what's been done to them, I think the next line of defense for the state or the system would be like, go to therapy, get on medications. This is normal to have this kind of behavior and stress, and then keep them at a diminished mental capacity so they can't really stand up against what really happened to them. So, speaking of earlier, I think, Leslie, you were mentioning with addiction, is that we have the power to move away from yet another addiction to keep us getting over the first addiction. And I think that's the line of order, is that as certain people start to wake up to the dysfunction, there's this a chain of events that they can utilize to keep people suppressed. And that's why I think a
Yes.
lot of modern psychotherapy is under heavy scrutinization, is because some people are contributing to just that. Not all of them, but that's
Yeah.
part of the original way of treating, was the prescription of medication to keep the voice of the experienced down.
Yes. And you just hit on the nail. I mean, think about the people who are most desperate or most in need, they might be the most able to rebel. The people who don't have much to lose, the people who are, really fed up. And so if you have, let's say, the state coming in saying, hey, I'll give you all these benefits if you're a veteran. I'll give you all these benefits and food stamps if you don't have much, food or any of like this economic status, then the state is more of that protector provider role that we shared before. And now they're feeding into the problem. Whereas if the state did not walk in, then maybe people would be like, okay, we could do something a little different.
You said it right there, and that's the true power, is the person who has nothing left to lose and they have the lived experience and they know. That's a very, very powerful individual. So keeping them suppressed as part of the game, I could see would be very important to them.
Yeah. Yeah, it's quite interesting. A lot of state benefits for different people, and then some will say, well, the veterans are not being treated well enough, and then they say, well, then the state should give them more, right? So, but let's say who's helping these veterans the most? And we talked about the role of religion before. We talked about, these nonprofits and how much work they're doing. Um, People can get things done without violence, without statism, and see that maybe statism is just going to make the problem worse. And I think we're sharing here just that solution as the bare foundation. Like, we can do things a little bit better than using violence. We can do things a little bit better than just giving some people authority, giving away our personal responsibility. There's a lot of other things that we can do.
Look at the 12-step program like AA. This is not a state-run organization. This is a volunteer-run organization. This is something that empowers people, gives them a pathway to really wellness and wholeness. If people really work those steps, it's just an example of a way that's parallel and in society pretty popular and lasted many, many decades, and there's a lot of people who resist it, that are scared of it. But I'm working with folks now, and I'm seeing the benefits. I'm seeing how people are waking up through that experience of the 12-step model. Pretty interesting.
I had a teacher who once said to me, "It's my greatest gift when you guys don't need me anymore." And this is such a profound character trait of what I believe to be an actual good, true leader. And I understand that not everybody, through the trauma they've been through, can suddenly or easily get to a place that says, I am completely independent. I know how to function. I can provide for myself. I'm totally healed, mind, body, and spirit. It's a process, but I have to say, I believe a lot of us can get there. But a lot of people do stay stuck because of the benefits that the system offers and the rhetoric and the pressure to, did you go to your visits? You have to go. I think for veterans, maybe Leslie, you would know better than I, but in order to get their benefits, it's like they have to keep going to the doctor every 3 months and it keeps them stuck, right? And I'm not saying that everybody can turn their life around, but nothing the state or government can provide you is going to give you fulfillment and true happiness. If you can find the right people to work with to get as free and independent on your own, no matter what trauma you've been through. There are people who have been through incredible trauma, lost limbs, wars, and have found a way to be as independent as possible and a sovereign citizen as much as possible in their own life, to feel that fulfillment. But I can guarantee you, when you're a veteran and you're a man and you have all of this trauma and you're not getting the right help for it, and then you're getting fed drugs and you're getting put through the system and you can't even afford your own house or your own living situation, I can't imagine as a man that actually must be very difficult to feel confidence when that's the position that you're put in. And I think that creates more mental strife and stress. So yeah, it's just the system kind of sets us up this way. But I do believe if we had more help, such as what you guys are offering and many other people are offering, that we can find a way to have a miraculous recovery, even if you don't have a limb, or even if you deal with anxiety. I think you'd be really amazed at what the human spirit how it can regenerate itself to be able to take care of itself and really hook up with the right people if given that opportunity.
Yeah. There's a principle in integrative nutrition that says the body will heal itself if it's given more than half the chance or something like that. It's like, it's a very interesting principle. Um, but yeah, it basically describes that the body has a self-healing capability, and maybe in the world we can say that there's this self-ordering that happens as well when people learn how to work with the blueprint, not just of the body, but the world. And speaking of such, we create blueprints of our own that end up falling on us time and time again. We shared before in beginning our whole seminar talking about this idea of democide, which is known as death by government. And as we've studied this concept of statism, we can say pretty confidently that statism and democide are well related to each other. And we can see this all throughout history. We see it Professor R.J. Rummel's work. And there are statistics from religions using state power for control. This is one from a book talking about war, peace, and Islam, and sharing how, all these different religions throughout history have contributed to a lot of death. But the question here is, how did these religions create all this death? Because many people may look at a lot of the work we're doing and saying, oh, well, it's not statism, it's religion. But we were saying that statism is treated like a religion. And we're saying that even religion can be used as a counter to statism. So navigating this, it's, what if you mix religion and state? In this case, all these deaths wouldn't really happen if it wasn't for people looking up to others and saying violence should be legitimate for the religion, but using the state's power. So that key ingredient, statism, is kept out of the conversation, I think, of a lot of people who talk about the violent use of religion, when it's a very important concept, because there is this other God that people create in their fellow man. And they say it's okay, because to use violence for this case and that case. Because there's a lot of people who practice Christianity, and you see there's a lot of Christian deaths on here, who don't want to do violence to their fellow men, who don't want to push their worldview and go and crusade or go on a jihad, and you name it. There's a lot of people I meet who would never want to even think of doing such a thing. So to get to that point, people have to say, well, I'm willing to use violence for the greater good, for the common good. I have to use the power of the state, and we're going to make sure everybody's compliant and they do as I say. That is adding in statism, and that's where we have this concept of democide. So I just wanted to share these other perspectives, other statistics showing a different number. You see here 600 million nearly as the median death total. And there's not many books talking about all the statistics of democide, but I'm sure we can probably get even bigger numbers, considering the fact that R.J. Rummel's was like half of that number, and he was just looking at the 20th century, right? So it's profound, the amount of casualty occurring from so many people believing in some authority that has to happen in man, or some religious conviction that requires or legitimizes violence either way.
Boy, this reminds me of egregores. So it's this collective shadow force and the detrimental effects of when a shadow aggregates energy from other people, and then it has to externalize. And again, it's any sort of system that we're dealing with here is that when you sweep things under the rug that you shouldn't, when you're not fully honest and transparent, and you're controlling and you're mandating, and it's becoming tyrannical, or you're not listening to certain people, it's just like physics. It's like Tesla. It's like energy doesn't evaporate; it just changes forms. So that's kind of what we're dealing with, is that if we're not willing to be honest and hear voices and deal with our own shadows, it's not going to disappear. When you sweep it under the rug, you might not see it right now, but make no mistake, that energy is going to build towards something, and most likely cause an external retaliation that ends bad, because it's been hidden and suppressed.
Yeah, and I will say the majority of the governments in the 20th century, like World War II, were atheist governments. They were not even religious. So you can see here also anti-theist. I mean, just as many deaths as these religious. So we're not talking about religion here. We're talking about statism. That's the core thing that we're talking about. That is causing all this problem. And yes, there is the fanatical religious person who says, I am right. But the point again at which they say, I am right, I therefore must do violence to my fellow man, is where we start to add statism into the equation. And so, if we are to break this down perhaps in a pyramid, to make it a little simpler, and of course there are so many moving elements to this, we can say that statism, this belief system, is at the top, right? Because there's a lot of people who have this mindset, and we usually correlate it with order followers or people who just say, oh, I'm just doing what I'm told, I'm just part of the system, I'm doing my part. So we can say that's right below it. And then what consists of order following? What consists of statism? Well, it's ignoring your conscience, abdicating responsibility, having insecurity or self-loathing, indoctrinated superstition, and groupthink or social conformity. And this is all backed, which we shared a lot about, from fear, trauma, and overall ignorance, not knowing, the patterns of history and these different stuff that we're talking about.
Societally, I think this is a great little breakdown here, Corey. I think we can attribute this mentality towards what we would talk about was the negative ego, which is control, attachment, and just a need to feel like you don't have enough. So you have like a lack-based consciousness. So if you have lack, attachment issues, and you want to control, it's a good indication that you actually need to, like you said, at that bottom of the triangle here, go in and really address your own fear, trauma, and ignorance. Because that's just what you see playing out in the macro.
Yeah. Yeah, we go from the ego to the eco, right? Recognizing that, we have this shared humanity and nobody should really be put in this vested power of authority over their fellow man, given rights that don't exist in nature or the right to do wrong, essentially. And so we have to then build an alternative system, one that recognizes every individual as equal to one another, and doesn't necessarily give privilege to one group or another, saying, these people should be in power, these people should be enslaved. As we have changed these words throughout history, we've changed the systems. A democracy, it's a republic, it's a monarchy, it's a communist, it's socialist, all these different isms and ideologies trying to trap us, our humanity, when we are much more than that, right? We can't really be labeled. We can't really fall into anything. So how would a better system look? How do we create that better system? Do you know what a good system looks like? What would it take from you to make a better system? And this goes for both, whether we're talking about the government or we're talking about health, or we're talking about the economy. All these systems that we see right now, we're recording, we have this big climaxing where a lot of these are just becoming more problematic. So how do we fix all of these in a way? Do you know your role within that system? Are you taking responsibility over your own actions? Because the order follower isn't, right?
Or inactions.
Yes. Right. We were talking about this idea of care, right? Do people truly care about what's going on in their world? And then we also asked the question before, are we being truly honest with ourselves? Honest with our practice and our actions? These are other questions.
A philosophy that you often hear connected to more of the narcissist type of mindset is me and my family are okay, and that's all I care about. That's a very bad mindset. Very selfish. You have to broaden, you have to see humanity as a family and as individuals as an extension of yourself. That's the only way you can get past the story. I have another teacher who always would say to me, ignore the story and see the soul. And it's a practice. And it is somewhat of a religious type of practice, because you have to do it every day in every interaction, because we're so easily caught up in all of the rhetoric and narrative and news and politics and drama, constant drama, So you have to really impart this and be present in your everyday experience and every interaction you have to say, every person that's coming into my existence matters, and they're here for a reason, and how can I approach them with curiosity and love? And if they're spouting off some rhetoric I don't agree with, can I ignore the story and still see the soul? You know, you got to do this every single day, and it's a commitment, and most people are just lost in the sauce of the cultural narrative.
Yes. Kind of like a learned helplessness as well. We're trained to say, well, it's okay to have this necessary evil within our lives, and it's okay to ignore it. And it's okay to have these views which may not be tolerable of other people. And we shared before research from different people where they shared that among psychopaths and narcissists, like the key thing that they noticed, or people who wanted authoritarianism, is that they have a lack of tolerance. They have a lack of empathy, the lack of ability to see another person's perspective. Even physically in the brain, we saw that power deforms the brain where it prevents perspective seeing other people and how they live their lives.
Like
It's
a
very
sci-fi
interesting.
movie. It's like a sci-fi movie. Are you coming as the evil father, or the loving character, the protagonist or the antagonist? And that's what it is if you're hijacked by your own inability to love yourself and to accept yourself and to accept your role here, you're constantly in that behavior and that mindset where you have to be accusatory and attack other people. Again, you should be able to sit with somebody who has a difference of opinion than you and say calmly, where did you get your ideas from? And I'm curious to hear what they mean to you. Like, that's not that hard to sit there in full peace and curiosity and just say, where did you get your ideas from? And, tell me what they mean to you, and just have a conversation. But we've gotten to a place now in humanity that we can't even have those conversations.
Yes. Yes, I would love to see this conversation talking about, this belief system that a lot of us have and we don't see within ourselves. This conversation of, can we see our shadows? Can we understand other people's perspectives, the ones we disagree with the most, perhaps, right? So, yeah, let's then ask ourselves more questions. What do you, as a practitioner, feel comfortable with? And if you want to replace the word practitioner with whatever you are, you consider yourself, whatever identity you might apply to yourself the most, whether you just feel like, oh, I'm just trying to live my own life, or maybe you're an activist, maybe you are somebody who wants to do something greater in life. You say, I want to find my purpose. What are you comfortable with, right? And how do you feel about the health of the country and the world at large? Do you really want to see me well? Do you want to see other people well? Right? You want to see that person in your family that you don't like the most. Do you want to see them well? Right? Those people in power that you're always attacking. Do you want to see them well? Right? I think these are key questions. What do you lose if I'm well? What do you lose if they're well? Is the question we can ask. And can we use somatic experiencing? Hmm. So now we're starting to hint on some of the solutions that we're going to be bringing to the table, including somatic experiencing. So, somatic experiencing is a method. This is just one method. We're going to be sharing many different ones, but it's versatile and can be utilized across various populations and contexts. It has proven effective in addressing trauma related to accidents, natural disasters, combat, childhood abuse, and other forms of traumatic experiences. Additionally, somatic experiencing has been successfully integrated into therapeutic settings, educational institutions, and community programs. You can see the chart talking about the different techniques used in somatic therapy. We also talked about, things like Gestalt therapy before. There's a lot of other types of therapies out there, but this is one I think we want to highlight quite a bit. Body awareness, pendulation, resourcing, grounding, titration, sequencing. What do you guys think about this?
I want to add something very important about the somatic healing approaches, and it is that they require patience. They are slow and deep healing methodologies. They require a commitment, and a person who's really willing to feel and inquire within, both on an emotional way, but through the expression of the body. It can feel slow. It is slow, right? And for in our culture, which is based on quick fixes and fix me up, doc, get me back to work, this might be received with some resistance, right? It doesn't fit into our quick, give me a pill and get me on the road, mentality. But this, I really think, as one of the more deep healing approaches that is really missed in most psychotherapies. I've heard some somatic therapists say that it's not something you can really, that it's not as optimal during a psychotherapy, sort of talk therapy, that there providers that are really hands-on, and that is, really effective approach. I do believe, for example, like in Peter Levine's work, called somatic experiencing, I believe that that is taught to psychotherapists and who guide their patients, their clients, in very methodical, patient, consistent ways. And I really think that in our short attention span society, that works against this, but as an argument for coming back to a more natural rhythm in life, a slower rhythm of nature, and a connection to one's body and to the wisdom it holds.
Yeah. We even shared before different uses of the word soma, like soma therapy, which was outlawed in Brazil for people who were actually coming together and feeling so closely connected, more connected than they said their own families. And it was actually helping a lot of people who were prisoners, people who were enslaved, and they would go through this therapy. And it was created by a, psychologist who understood a lot of the dynamics that we're talking about. So, soma, usually referring to emotion or the body is getting out of the mind, which is similar to the religious experiences we were talking about, and getting more in tune with our holistic whole self.
Yeah, I was going to say soma means the body. And there's incredible therapies out there that exist beyond these. I mean, yoga being one of the primary as a means to really reconnecting with your body. And to quote one of my good friends, Tobias Lars, you got to feel it to heal it. And I think it's very complicated in the beginning if somebody's working on a healing process to try to do somatic therapy intertwined with cognitive therapy from the same person. I think that it needs to be two separate things. I think it is two separate things. I think addressing the mind and addressing the body, they're very different ways of going in. And yes, there may be providers out there who are really skilled in that. But I think that, guiding somebody through a somatic process would be just very simply asking them to explore things like massage therapy, yoga, meditation, tai chi, forms of martial arts, and karate, and things where you're utilizing your body as a mechanism to move trauma. So yoga, back in the day, often was practiced as a means to releasing the tension from your body. And within that tension or fascia is your stored past trauma and memory. So it's a means to stretch, to evolve out of this denseness that maybe accumulates in fascia in the body and muscles. Another quote I love is from an ancient yoga teacher. He would say, tight mind, tight body. That's it. Right. Mm-hmm. So going into the body with somebody who's really experienced with somatic therapy, I mean, it should be something you shouldn't be sitting in a chair to do soma therapy, in my opinion. Somatic is a means of utilizing your physical body to get in touch with your feelings.
So with Peter Levine's somatic experiencing method, there is a different type of approach that I think is equally valid, but different. And it is around attuning to one's body, even when you are still, mm-hmm. right? And being able to turn your attention inward to yourself, noticing, let's say, the tightness in your stomach, and then noticing, and usually attached to that that physical feeling, there's other things connected. They could be memories, visions, images, maybe even a cognition, or an experience of some sort. And usually those things are ignored, and we overlook, we numb out. And just by attending to putting your attention onto your body, it can open and release a lot of trapped emotion. I've experienced that with my own clients. It's like doing EMDR with someone and just asking them, where they're feeling tension in their body, asking them to put their attention there as we do the bilateral eye movements, and all of a sudden, a lot happens. So it's definitely a somatic treatment, but it's being
processed through the mind, though, not through the body in. So I think it is very, very valid. I mean, even just when I talk about yoga for a somatic form of therapy, exercise is an incredible somatic form of therapy. It's pushing your body to the limits and then noticing what you feel when you're at your limits. Do you give up? Do you surrender? Do you take a break? Do you listen to your body? So it's just a different way of going in. One's going in still through the filter of the mind to feel, and the other is just really shutting the mind off, as in Eastern therapies, and just using your body as a means of getting in.
It's the awareness of the attunement too, which is where I think in the integration really of the mind and the body, that wisdom occurs, right? And so it does require a noticing.
Yeah, the body has a wisdom and speaks its own language.
Right. And so people ignore that, though, is I guess what I'm saying, and are not, even just the simple thing about needing to go to the bathroom, right? Or being hungry. People are numbing out and ignoring and kind of over putting just sort of putting something over it, like, that is they're thinking is more important.
Yes.
And it's kind of coming back to the noticing, the feeling, and the action, the responsivity, right? So it is coming into the body, but it doesn't necessarily have to involve a lot of external, you can do the external movement first, or you can kind of come within to the awareness, but it's getting out of the cognition.
Yeah, it's using your mind to still get in the body. It's just like meditation. It's the ability to quiet so you can feel sensation and reconnect with sensations that have been dampened or you're disassociated from. So this to me is kind of similar to what would happen if you were doing deep practices of meditation. This is a quieting of the mind to try to go in to notice how you feel. So they're just different. But there's a lot of things that are out there that you don't have to go to therapy for. I would suggest to really get in touch with the wisdom of your body. Usually practices that would incorporate breathing along with physical movement, like even a runner, they're going to breathe while they're running, but they're just not mindful of it. So that's why kind of Eastern practices are, I think, more therapeutic, because they focus on the collaboration of the breath with the body and the stillness of the mind. It's not just naturally happening like in a runner, but even, I mean, just to exercise again, as we're wildly out of shape. We're wildly an obese nation, and getting in touch with your body through simply just committing to exercise 3 times a week, 4 times a week for 30 minutes is an incredible therapeutic modality now, because most of us just don't have time to do it.
Yeah, I agree with you, Stephanie. I think, and I think there's also folks that start to do exercise, whether it's yoga or running, and then they become obsessive in a way and overdo and ignore their body, right?
Yes.
So it's not the exercise itself, but it is this awareness attached to your own experience of the exercise and its effects and its messages, that it's giving you.
That's the trickiest part of all of this, actually, is usually if you're in a set way of being for an extended period of time, when you finally open up to this other way, there's often humanly a polarization that happens and an overcompensation from where you've been undercompensating previously. So it's a very, I hear what you're saying, Leslie, and it's a very tricky thing to just say, oh, I've avoided this part of my life, my whole life, and to not merge with that other side, but to realize that that's your other half of where you've been. And the goal is to find a happy medium. So often people have to first go way out the other end into this polarization. Then they claim identity only to find out later, oh no, that was too much. I'm not actually that person. I have to bring it back in more to like a center point. But this is very, very complicated. Like you said, Leslie, attunement, developing this level of awareness to where you can go right into your middle is really tricky, especially if somebody's been undercompensating or overcompensating in another way for extended periods of time. It's like it's finding that sweet spot.
I'll just add a nuance here based on some personal experience as being a competitive athlete. I was a Taekwondo athlete in my early 20s and my late teens, and I was competing at the national level, and I had a lot of I guess I had some ability and talent, and was trained really intensely, in a model where we were basically, expected to say yes, sir, to the coach. Very authority based. You don't say no, you don't question, you don't listen to your body when he says you run, and keep up with him. You run and keep up with him. When you are doing the drills, you do the drills, you don't give up. Not giving up is like the mantra, and I was really overtrained. I ended up becoming overtrained right before I reached my peak, right before the main event, and showed up on the day of the national championship, like totally drained and getting sick and unable to barely lift my leg, It was devastating. And I look at that sort of a combination of this sort of authority-based mindset and of like just following what the leader says, and totally ignoring all of my body's messages until it was too late, right? Being burnt out.
Wow.
Sorry to hear that, Leslie. And that's sadly what excessive medication does to many people, is it numbs you out from this ability to get in touch with your feelings and find that attunement, as you're talking about, Leslie. So
The word that comes to mind when you guys keep saying numbing or suppressing is the word repression, which was shared among many of the researchers time and time again as being a core root to authoritarianism, keeping certain things repressed, even things repressed that people think should be repressed, right? We find out, wait, actually, we just need to learn how to balance it, how to integrate it. I think this is another word that comes to mind. And you guys are sharing, like, it's funny how you did it in conversation. Leslie was sharing this one, and then Stephanie was sharing this one, and then they both came to the center. It's like an integration happened. There's a reason why there's this term integrative medicine. And then, of course, another term came to mind, mindfulness, right? When you're talking about meditation, like Stephanie, that was something I wanted to say, was that, yeah, that was basically the process of meditation, observing and witnessing how you feel in your own thoughts. But it's also called mindfulness. And, there's a place where I do Qigong, they literally are called the community of mindfulness. And they ask you every time you're in there, even if you're doing Qigong or other things, they always start their sessions and end their sessions with, how do I feel right now in this body? And it's like we spend all our time in our minds, but what's our body feeling right now? It's only in the present. Like these are the things they often talk about. And they say, let's tune in, let's start on the head, let's go down the whole body, and let's feel every single thing. Can you feel your feet on the floor? Can you feel this and that, right? We were even doing that for our seminar. When we first started out, we were doing some meditations just to ground ourselves, to prepare ourselves. And Stephanie would do a guided meditation and say, how does it feel?
part of Scott's work that I've experienced Also in the bringing the patient back to kind of present time, Scott, you do a lot of that too in your work, is making sure the person can be back in present time by having them look at objects in the room and getting them back in a place of not that story in the mind or the mental aspect, but really back into their here and now, into their body.
Yeah, and that whole thing is very important in terms of bringing the results of your therapy, even if you are doing a mind-based therapy. How are you going to implement what you've learned about yourself in the real world and contact with the physical universe, whether through this somatic therapy or through the um, awareness of environment, is an important bridge back into the reality that you're going to be entering to implement what you've learned about yourself in the therapy.
Mhm. I have to quick say a funny story is when I was a young yoga teacher. I'm sure you guys have all taken a yoga class before. At the end of yoga class, there's a position called savasana, which is corpse pose, which is where you lay on your yoga mat and you pretty much just have a lying down meditation. And they tell you to just let go, relax. We do a little body scan, release the thoughts. And after the physical body practice, and then that lying down meditation, the down regulation of people's minds and bodies is pretty profound. And I've had many people who would ask me, they would say, why do I feel so tired after yoga? Why do I feel so tired? And I would explain to them that, you might have been running high in your nervous system, and maybe it's not that you're tired. Maybe it's just that you're relaxed. Is you could see this profound relaxation that would take people over. But one mistake that I made as a young yoga teacher was just that, is I would take these people through this beautiful experience to get them in their body, to do these very deep meditations, to take them through their Shavasana, 10 minutes. They'd be very, very, very relaxed. And then I would just send them out the door into their car off to drive home. And I used to joke around. I used to say, I need to give you guys an espresso before you get in your car and you leave here because y'all look like you're going to fall asleep. But you're right, Scott. I probably could have done a better job grounding them at that time back into time and space to get them a little more in their body before I let them out. So something that I observed over time, that maybe I wasn't doing it correctly. I was sending them out a little too drunk on the spirit or meditation.
I've had that experience, Stephanie. Yeah, when I did yoga, and I often say that when it comes to qigong, I'm like, yoga puts me to sleep, but qigong gives me energy, and I think it's the way that we're just practicing it. Because yoga, there's a lot of aspects in yoga that are shared with qigong. So it's just about, I think, how we practice it, how we end that, for sure. And actually, there's a saying as well from my qigong teacher. It says, when you go to sleep, make sure you're relaxed. Not that you're tired, but that you're relaxed. Because you want to go to sleep when you are fully relaxed, not just because you're tired. So that way you actually get a good sleep, good quality.
Yeah, I used to do, if I had issues sleeping in the past, I would just lay in my bed and put myself in a self-induced shavasana, just like I would my clients. And I would just lay there and I would do the same thing that I would do with others. I was practicing upon myself, right? And then usually by the time I was even done, I'd be asleep. So you're right, Corey. Getting relaxed is, very beneficial before sleep.
And I connect that to the having the mindset of an internal locus of control, of seeing that when you wake up at 3 a.m. and your mind is on all sorts of worries, that instead of just feeling like you're out of control to some energy, of stress, that you realize that I can do something here to bring myself back into a relaxed state, and you can guide yourself in a mind body relaxation of some sort, a guided visualization or something, right? It's like that is something I realized in the middle of the night. It's like, what am I doing? Just letting this happen.
Right.
Can do something. Yeah.
Yeah. And even somebody like me who, meditates and stuff, before bed, sometimes, I'll get really good sleep, but then sometimes I will wake up and it's like, okay, I got to bring myself back. It's a process I think we're all working on. But we find out, yeah, it's absolutely very helpful. Here's a great chart talking about somatic experiencing kind of through a roadmap, right? So you have a goal at the end, and maybe it's not so much about the goal or the end as much as it is about the journey, right? The therapeutic journey, it says, and how you start with symptoms like fear, anxiety, physical problems, maybe anger, and then you start asking yourself questions like, what helps me to feel safe? Where do I feel uncomfortable? What do I need to do that I could not do then? And there's many charts, by the way, online. This is just one that, we figured to share because roadmaps like these could be quite helpful on your journey. Say, okay, where am I at? Just as we checked in with our body, how am I feeling? Maybe you are better visually. Maybe you want to write it down, put it through art and creativity. We shared before how art and creativity can help and heal people and even help other people, depending on where they are at. This is why culture and media is so influential on people. So it doesn't hurt to maybe produce music to express your emotions or produce art like this. Notice there's like butterflies in the corner. It doesn't need to be butterflies in the corner of the chart, but they decided to do that. And maybe there's a reason why, right? But I think we usually associate butterflies and love and happiness in nature as usually something that a lot of people want. And if we're stuck in the city and we feel like we aren't surrounded by all those positive forces, how can we bring that back into our life? Maybe it's through art, maybe it's through music, maybe it's listening to certain frequencies at night, listening to classical music, or doing something that really gets the mind in tune on a focus that isn't so much a distraction.
Acknowledging there are symptoms, right? We're feeling fear, anxiety, having physical pain, anger. So then we start with step one, create a safe zone. So this is saying that it's hard to do the work when you're not feeling safe, right? So removing yourself and slowing down, come to a safe zone to be present with yourself, identify and explore the effects of an event. If you just had an argument, for example, and that identify and explore is really checking in with the body. You might feel your heart beating. You might feel that your stomach is in knots. Maybe you can't sit still and want to run. Notice where you feel uncomfortable, and then identify how that body needs to respond, because your body has some intrinsic wisdom, and we don't want to suppress it and just move on, right? It's like taking time out to actually process and metabolize an event, a stressful event, and allow the body to do what it needs to do, which is what animals do in nature after a traumatic event. If a rabbit almost gets eaten by a coyote, they often will get to a safe space after the event, and you'll see their body shaking like a seizure almost. And the theory is that is the release of that survival tension, and it's a natural way that the body responds. But as humans, we get in the way and we block that, and we keep moving on, and then the stored anxiety, stored survival stress is within the body. So we want to identify what is the body needing to do naturally, and then find a natural and safe release of that energy, whether it's a little shaking or it's some breath work and gentle touching, whatever it, maybe dancing. And then there is a certain perhaps a cognitive aspect where you're recognizing your thoughts, you're acknowledging your emotions, you're giving something a name, you're integrating that experience. And that is a process that can help build resilience, so that you're not bogged down with the stacking of those stresses, but actually working out and working through and metabolizing things as they happen, and preventing that overwhelm of multiple events and the impact on your body.
Wow. Yeah, and I will say in Qigong there is that move where you just shake. And he gave the exact same experience. He says animals do that after they get out of a fight or something traumatic, they're shaking it off. And it's just one simple move that we do in the class, and it helps a lot of people. So I like to bring things back to say, like, hey, there are solutions that are implementing as simple as that. And we have other ones like, stretching when you get up in the morning, you're doing like this. simple movements, which is why it's recommended for people who are older, any age.
I just wanted to mention there was something in yoga that we would often notice is that a lot of the things we were addressing were really suppressed, repressed traumas that we've talked about throughout this entire presentation. Very, very old memories and trauma that has been stored in the body. And there's a process we would say like an onion of just peeling back the layers of the onion to start to release and feel more safe. And when people would start to create that space within themselves, they were very attuned if something came up that was uncomfortable to address it as soon as possible because they didn't want it to calcify, concretize within the body again because they could tell that their physical body felt better when they felt more clear of this repressed energy. And as they would continue with their practice, they were much more attuned of, oh my gosh, something happened. I realize I feel it in my body, or I'm tight immediately in my body. So can I try, if possible, to address it in a timely manner without suppressing it again, because they were already aware of the effects of that suppressed trauma on the body. So for instance, if something happens within me where I feel uncomfortable, I don't delay. I try to, as soon as possible, address it within my mind or write it down to deal with as soon as possible. So it doesn't start to develop roots within my psyche that maybe develop into a repression or letting it go because I've already let it go to not address it. So I don't know if you guys experience that, but the timeliness in which you deal with something that you feel uncomfortable with rather than delaying it.
I think it's super important and overlooked in our culture, which is go, go, go. And most people, especially if you have a family, two parent working environment, there's almost no time to stop and do this process in an average day in the life for most people, I venture to say. And people aren't even aware to do this. They're not thinking about it. And part of this work ethic and this pace of life that we've normalized is a culprit in the perpetuation of this trauma in the body, the holding on and storing of, like it says, the energy trapped in the trauma imprint, is either going to calcify, or if you're doing this consciously, you can release it. So slowing down our lifestyle is really important from my point of view.
Yeah, Leslie, I love that you said that. And what it reminds me of is being true participants in our life and in our care and in our mental health is to really be proactive and aware, instead of just going on autopilot, is I think the proclivity of humanity because we're so busy. So, one of the things about, the Eastern style practices that I love is things like minimalism and reduction of clutter and slowing down and releasing what's no longer needed and simplifying your life. I love that that's very prominent in a lot of the Eastern practices that we discuss, is this ability to simplify, slow down, and do less, and experience doing less as actually doing more, which I think is probably the antithesis of what's proselytized here in the Western culture. But you don't have time, you don't realize how powerful you are to change, to attune, to care, to heal, if you're not present with yourself and you're not participating as an active participant, not just in the story out there, but really what's going on within you each day.
And I think that creates a richness, a true richness that isn't about, money and the economic benefits of our capitalist system and all of this, right? It's really the antithesis, and coming back to more simple values and presence and relationship, relationship with yourself, with others, being a present parent, learning to live more simply, which actually brings you more wealth in a spiritual.
Any Eastern style guru, teacher, provider, whatever you want to call it, or even Western teachers who have truly attained a state of inner peace wouldn't trade it for anything in the world. There's no degree of materialism that somebody who's experienced true inner peace would trade that for.
Yeah, for sure. And that's why I think nature is also a very important thing to me. Because it's like, why all the things when, nature and its beautiful complexity and amazing simplicity can fulfill a lot of, that happiness and peace for me. And I definitely ascribe to minimalism. There's a joke that, people think like, they kind of laugh at me sometimes, but I say like, I'm gonna have like one silverware per person in my house when I get older, and stuff like that. Because it encourages self-responsibility. It encourages like care for the things you own. But I think it's true in many ways. I think it's unnecessary. We have so many things, right? And people will talk about how much Americans are wasting food and wasting resources. And so there's a lot of other benefits, I'd say, to minimalism, such as the freedom concepts that we're talking about, like responsibility.
Yeah, I mean, really, honestly, the most enlightened people, even if they had the means, wouldn't be excessive. They just wouldn't. That's not how they roll, So it's not really about money itself. I know some people who do have the means and they're living in this state of inner peace, but again, their lifestyle looks different. They're still very simple. They don't have to wear flashy clothes or have a flashy car. It's just not what it's about for them. They actually, you can almost see that they do just naturally attune more to nature by the way they dress, by the way they act. It's just like they're just more flowing, free flowing, So it's admirable, And it
Yeah.
also is kind of alarming because you see how culturally, especially here in the West, is that we think it's all about fancy cars or clothes or this or that or the other thing or money or
Yeah.
whatever the heck is going on out there in social media. It's really trying to fill a lack, I believe, within our inner process and our soul.
Well, this is one of the only times I wear this jacket, and I got this several years
I like
back.
your jacket. What's wrong with your
No,
jacket?
I use a natural color on purpose, but I agree with a lot of the concepts you share. In fact, most of the time here in Florida, most people don't even wear clothes. It's like, but I'm just saying, like, we've grown accustomed to having to, wear clothes and look a certain way, and I'm like, it's 100-degree weather. You don't have to have that shirt on. But it's like we've kind of gotten into that. So, just saying, just putting that out there.
Yeah.
For me, I wear blankets. That's my clothes most of the time. Like the ancient Greek philosophers, like
Toga?
Socrates. Socrates was a beggar on the streets, who didn't have much, and yet became one of the most influential philosophers. Gandhi, Jesus, almost all the influential figures in history did not really have much, but yet were helping tremendous amounts of people. Just putting
Yeah.
that out there.
I appreciate that you have this one fancy jacket that you put on when you gotta kind of there's an expectation to kind of dress up a little bit, but it really shows your integrity, I feel, Corey.
That's another conversation around materialism and the lifestyle that we're talking about is, a big part of my process with that too, was not judging people who did have a lot of resource, because not everybody who does have a lot of resources is a bad person or addicted to materialism. So it's kind of a fine line, but you know it when you see it. You just know it when you see it. If somebody has that inner sense of peace and integrity, and usually they're not the flashiest of flashy people. That's what I've noticed.
And all just to play a little bit of the counterpoint is I think that there's nothing wrong with expressing your creativity, and playing with color
Yeah.
and creating a unique environment and there's nothing wrong with having abundance of resources. I think it's really this mindset of taking, yearning, always wanting more,
Yeah.
right?
Yes.
It's a slight difference. It's not really about having access to beautiful things or comforts. There's nothing wrong with being comfortable.
Mm.
But it's this social, cultural imbalance around competition around, one-upping the neighbor, the galas where, you're wearing like the $1 million dress, right? The silly, ridiculous, excessive, I guess, ostentatious things that are really disconnected from self and nature. Yeah.
Yeah. How we do it is important too. Karen Carter is one of my favorite writers on feng shui and how you put things in your houses and the stories she shares of her clients and how just by rearranging certain things or having certain things on the walls and facing the wall or whatever can influence people's life. And people don't believe her at first until she's able to actually show them. And it's like, yeah, it opens up the space. If you put a mirror here and I look at Stephanie's room and I see the mirrors facing the bed, which is not feng shui, by the way, but that's okay. Uh, but there's different rules, of course, too, and there's different counteracts. Like you can use red and certain colors. It's a fascinating study, and I encourage people to look into these types of things. Not that you have to prescribe to it wholly, right? But we're just encouraging the investigation.
Yeah,
one
I just want to
other
say one thing to what Leslie was saying that's important too, because we were talking about simplicity. Simplicity doesn't necessarily mean that you murder yourself completely. And as a woman, Leslie, I can totally relate with you, is that clothes is a form of expression as well. And it's a form of cultivating beauty. And I think the world right now desperately needs beauty. And you're right. There's a very clear distinction. Maybe it's not a clear distinction. Maybe I'm not accurate in saying that, is that a woman who's dressing up to offer beauty in the world who doesn't need attention, and then the woman who is dressing up to get attention. And, it's a very distinct difference between someone trying to offer beauty into the world and someone doing it because they think they're lacking something or they're trying to prove something. So I think that's probably, Leslie, what you were referring to, and it's an important point to bring up. So.
Yeah, thanks, Steph. And one other point is this idea of clutter and cleanliness in our environments. There's an impact on our internal state if we're in a very cluttered and disorganized environment. And there's also, I think, a reflection that goes on when we are allowing the chaos around us. It reflects some element of our internal state and vice versa. So it's something to look at. And if you are depressed and you're or overly busy in avoidance, doing everything else but being still, it's probably going to show up in your environment in some way, and you can learn from that. You can take a cue from that, and you can also do an experiment and clean your clutter and then see how that affects you internally.
I saw a really cute Instagram post just the other day, Leslie, based on this. It was so sweet. It was a young brother and sister, maybe like 13, 14 years old, 12 to 14. And it said, you can handle this two ways. And you saw a brother go into his sister's room, and her room was a wreck. And she was sitting in her bed, like with her head in her hand and like homework, and just her room was disgusting. And the boy said, you can do this one of two ways. He went in the one way and he's like, your room's disgusting. What's wrong with you? Why is your room so messy? Right. And then the second way is he got on the bed with her. He gave her a big hug and he started folding her laundry that was started just understanding that, like, okay, she's got a lot going on. I can tell by the state of her room. And instead of yelling at her, I'm going to do something to try to help her. It was so beautiful,
Wow.
so beautiful, so cute.
Yeah, people have like knives and guns under their bed and things hanging on the ceiling above their beds. Like, what's going on here? And people don't realize it, right? It's like
Yeah.
it's in one of those shadows perhaps that we have to just become mindful and aware. If we're meditating, if we're sitting still and we're looking at like what's in our environment, oh, okay, there's this painting on the wall that has eyeballs that's staring at me the whole time. Maybe that's why I can't sleep. Different things like that, right?
Hey, wait, I have to say something. When I was a kid, above my bed, my mom had one of those black velvet clown pictures. And I remember always being like, why can't I sleep at night? I'm like, and then I thought, why is this? I don't know if you guys remember that from the 70s. They had these like velvet pictures. But you're right, Corey, is yeah.
Yeah, I have a little story too. So I went to my sister's, and her husband is an avid hunter, and I got there at night. It was kind of late, and I ended up just laying my sleeping bag down on the floor in, one of the rooms, and wasn't paying attention to the environment, what was on the walls or anything. And I had this dream in the night of being in a like, I don't know, like a thrift shop or something, but finding a bear skin and putting the bear skin on my body, like wearing this bear skin. And then I was kind of a significant dream, and I woke up and I realized that on the wall was a bear skin right there. And I, without my conscious awareness, it entered into my dreams. Yeah.
Wow. It's a good example right there. The power of the subconscious definitely can be very influential in our lives, and that's why our childhood definitely influences us as well. So let's talk about this idea of specialist versus generalist, because we can maybe focus on feng shui, or we can maybe focus on acupuncture or qigong or yoga and all the different things we're talking about, modern medicine, alternative medicine, quote unquote. Whatever it is, the best specialist is the practitioner who has ventured into learning all aspects of the spirit, mind, body connections, as well as other related disciplines. This should increase the value and success of the specialized approach. And may I add to this, maybe even some humility as to what we don't know, to the things that we say, okay, maybe, I have to investigate this, or maybe you have to do this work for yourself. I can't really do that for you. There is that level of which you say, okay, there is that empowerment that I have to give to the client or the patient or the individual to say, okay, you have the power to do this, and I can help you, but I can only help you so much. And I think coming to understand these different perspectives helps us understand the generalist versus the specialist. I have this picture here on the screen where you see the cylinder, and one perspective is true. They see a circle, but the other perspective is also true. They see a square. But when you bring these together, you actually have the truth, which is that both of them can be true at the same time. Ironically enough, despite the fact one may claim, no, I am correct, and the other one says, no, I'm correct. And we live in this world where we have these polar divisions. I'm this, I'm that, where actually they seem to have a lot more in common than they think. We're talking about religion, we're talking about atheism, we're talking about right wing and left wing, and they're all sharing mindsets. They're sharing certain patterns. And it's like, maybe they're not so different after all. Maybe this is why they're so divided among each other. That's where there is similarity. They're divided, right? But that's just one. What if there's more that we aren't seeing?
I like that picture and how you describe that, Corey. And I just wanted to add that, a healthy and respectful partnership between the specialist and the generalist is really going to bring power to the healing process. It's going to decrease anxiety in the people receiving help as well, and increase confidence and help, facilitate success. So I think that's an area in our modern healthcare system that really is weak, is that lack of coordination, communication between providers, and a sense of competitiveness, or like, this is all I do, this is my wheelhouse, this is all I'm going to see. It weakens the holistic success, I guess.
And by all means, if you have a provider who's not skilled in all the aspects of mind, body, spirit, which is very difficult for many providers at this time by the way they're trained, is to at least don't poo poo and be open to certain, even placebo effects that may be helping your patients. Don't necessarily diminish it or say that's not going to work. And that happened with me early on in my illness, So just understand that even if you don't understand it and it's helping your patient, it's not doing any harm, be open minded to it.
Yeah, I think if there's one big takeaway as well from the seminar, it's to see the possibility, because that within itself is an expression of freedom, right? To not be stuck on one particular thing, because we shared all sorts of ideas which I didn't know about until I, found and met you guys, and you guys shared your experiences with me, and then, we delved deeper into this. I came across so much that I was unaware of. And some things maybe were confirming things that I knew, but it was refining it even further. So it technically was something I still had to be open to, right? Because we can still say, oh, well, I've heard this before, but just because you've heard it before doesn't mean you can't learn from it as well, right? And then if you see here, we have another chart where it talks about this idea of helping employees in growth. And this is just a screenshot. And I figured this would be pretty helpful to share because it's kind of like a scale going from an era of distress to well-being 2.0, not well-being 1.0, but 2.0, right? Which is how can we get to self-compassion, community, meaning and purpose, the growth mindset, work-life integration, away from this idea of, isolation and just performance, and just self-care. Like we have to make it self-compassion, right? So we're trying to optimize ourselves. And it says here that they identify that well-being for physicians has evolved, moving from ignorance and neglect to an era of awareness and insight. So people are starting to catch on to a lot of things that we're talking about. This is like prime time. And there is more acceptance of the vulnerability of asking for support and for the self-compassion of physicians who recognize their human need for connection and importance of personal well-being. It's all about becoming more human. What we're talking about through this whole seminar, statism, creating certain rights that don't exist and putting people in certain identities and outfits, is we're saying, wait, they're still human. They're just like everybody else. And so is the person who is the rebel who wants to try to look different from everyone else. They're still human. They're trying to differentiate themselves from the thing that they're rebelling. So they're doing the same exact thing as the thing that they're fighting against. And what if we just need to come and recognize, okay, I just got to be myself. I got to find myself. And it says this increased awareness will necessitate leaders to provide resources and support to foster this evolution. Otherwise, this could potentially lead to feelings of dissatisfaction, which I think a lot of people feel when it comes to the overall state of humanity, when it comes to our freedom and to our health. We feel an overall dissatisfaction. So to come to some sense of, okay, we can get this going is we need to foster leadership. We can foster support and awareness around the solutions that do work and then create communities out of that, which is part of Wellbeing 2.0. So as we started this whole seminar, very briefly describing our journeys, now you get to hear our full journeys to some sense. Stephanie, if you may describe your role here as a healer, your journey as your beautiful self that provides such great wisdom to this presentation.
Thanks, Corey. Thanks for inviting us and having the foresight to put all of us together. I think we have the same fundamental principle of helping humanity realize its potential as a collaborative, volunteerist state. I think that what I bring to the table here is the fact that I've had a very serious health issue that started when I was 19, and I've experienced the intricacies of many healthcare systems, prestigious ones, Johns Hopkins, hospitals in New York City, hospitals all over the country, really. And I've worked with some incredible pioneering healthcare providers, and I've come to understand the intention of the majority of providers, the calling that they feel they have, how the system has portrayed them, and how they have had to portray themselves in order to remain in it to help others. But I also understand from the patient point of view, which be on our triangle there would be kind of the victim mindset, is the degree in which I needed to fight up and against some of my providers who are wanting to keep me in that one role very specifically. So I think that through this, I've kind of experienced the trifecta of the triangle. Is I had very intimate relationships as a patient. I've had very intimate relationships with providers, including romantic ones. And then I've also had a very intimate relationship with a multitude of systems. And I understand exactly everything that we've talked about and discussed in this presentation, is that all aspects of those need leveling up. And we need to understand the roles that we've been kind of subconsciously placed or dropped into within our life, within these different systems. And we have to work up against our own limiting beliefs, while confronting the other parts of the triangle, the dynamics that want to keep us suppressed. So my goal was to create a nonprofit called Awakening Healthcare, which really worked on the relationship dynamics between patient and provider and system. And it helped to kind of break the stigma that most of us find ourselves in, is that my role has to be pigeonholed into one of these sectors, and to try to help and empower each other to see the other for optimal healing, not just for patients, but really for the provider realm as well too, because many of them, especially through COVID, are suffering greatly as well. So I think that's what I'm able to bring to the table, is I have the experiential wisdom as a patient myself. I faced the lowest of lows, faced near-death experiences, years on dialysis, multiple kidney transplants, and also experienced the environments of the people and the surroundings I was in while I was going through that. So I had a profound witness experience of what people are feeling and going through when they're very sick and in the system, and what their state of mind is, and how easy it is to fall into the victim role within these systems. So in a way, I have great love and care, but I come off as a little bit of a pariah because I'm not wanting to just drop into my specific role. I'm wanting to change and to unify and to really truly become a participatory model, which requires diligence and participation from the patients, from the providers, and to then help organize a system that allows us to evolve together. That's it. And I was a yoga teacher for 20 years and had 3 yoga studios. So most people that would come to my studios were people who were disenfranchised with the traditional healing that was offered to them through hospitals or traditional therapy. So the common phrase I would get all the time with clients that would come into my yoga studio would be, hey, I've got cancer, or my husband just died, or I'm going through a divorce, or I have back pain, and I do everything the doctors tell me to do. I journal, I walk, I try to eat right, I, take my medications, I take my supplements, and I still don't feel right. So I stumbled in here. Do you think you can help me? And at that point, it became very, very evident to me that the psycho-emotional, spiritual component of our humanity, of well-being, of our lives, of our illnesses, that was just so sorely left out of our ability to heal and transform and recover. So that was the role that I was put into from the need that showed itself through my own personal experience and through people that came to my yoga studio.
Thank you, Stephanie. And we'll hear more about some of the approaches and solutions you have to share with us later. And here we have Leslie Powers, a little bit more of an expanded bio as well. Leslie.
Gosh, let's see here. So I started out, let's see, psychotherapist, philosopher, educator, clinical social worker, and a student of natural law, which essentially is a study of morality based in nature, separate from man's law, which we've identified as statism, really, in this presentation. So when we strip that away, how do we know what's right and wrong? How do we as humans identify how to be good, and right and true in life, so that we are thriving, as people? That's really one of my main passions, is that philosophy. And I have always been a seeker of hidden knowledge, esoteric knowledge, and asking deep questions about, what is God? What is truth? And how do we develop spiritually? How do we find holistic health? So it's been my draw. So I have a lot of professional experiences, and I blend that with my personal journey. And of course, most people that get into the field, of counseling or even healthcare, generally have their own personal growth as a like not really agenda, but a motivator, right? In some way, sometimes you're aware of it and sometimes you're not. I definitely had a real curiosity to understand life and people, and even myself. And so my work has really brought to me a lot of self-awareness, and the challenges I've had in my life. I take this spirit of, I want to discover, I want to understand at a deeper level how to how to heal, you know, and I bring that to my work as well, with a certain humility. I was inspired by my 10th grade psychology teacher, Mr. Williams, and he was really pivotal. He provided a pivotal experience, you know, where it inspired me to want to go in and study psychology. And I went straight into college right after high school and realized I didn't want to work with rats and do that level of work or really be in the social service governmental system. But I wanted to help people really more grassroots level, which brought me into social work. I graduated with my master's in 1990, so I've been doing this work now for 35 years in a lot of different settings, very diversified fields of study, and working with nonprofit predominantly, but also for profit, a few places as well, getting to see some of the differences. I've worked with all ages, youth, families, individuals, and from preschool to geriatric, foster care adoptions, all sorts, inner city, rural, you know, really diverse. Let's see here, schools as well. You can read here. And in a medical setting for 9 years that really was attempting to provide an integrative healthcare approach and did their best, you know.
Yeah. You also have great presentations and interviews it mentions, all in different aspects of natural law as related to healing. So we'll talk about that as a solution, but
Yeah.
something that people can definitely look into if they want to hear more about that.
Yeah, I do mention here my Taekwondo experience. That was very pivotal. And interestingly enough, when I started studying Mark Passio's work in 2018, I started to see a lot of the things he talks about in the sports world, in the sports. I worked at the Olympic Training Center for a national governing body for a sport and got to see a lot of the concepts in action. So anyway, there's a lot here. Let's see what else. Yeah, I incorporate, a lot of different methodologies. I consider myself like eclectic, holistic, integrative, always a ongoing learner, and provide clinical supervision also for newer therapists. And I think that's enough. I'm a mother of 3, and that's been a huge learning experience as well.
Wow.
One of the most difficult challenges in my life. Especially I've been a single mom for a while. So learning a lot as I go.
So much wisdom. Thank you so much, Leslie. And we'll talk about your solutions and approaches as well. And then Scott Gordon, another fellow healer among our ranks.
I come from a pretty diverse background. Coming out of school, I got into carpentry and architecture and was engaged in building houses and designing houses for most of my 20s. Then I found that I had a strong interest in New Age and psychology. And I read quite a few books. The irony is I initially enrolled in college in philosophy in my first semester. So that's actually what I really wanted to do. But I was a carpenter as well, and I was really enthused about architecture. So that's what I did when most of my university career. And that ended ironically, with a degree in economics. So there's some more diversity there to studying. I got interested in politics actually before I really started narrowing down and looking at maybe there's some inner stuff that is behind the world's problems. And when I first read the book Dianetics, that is the theme of the book, especially at the beginning of it. And that got me involved in Dianetics, Scientology, a cult, as it were, definitely a group that is enclosed and has its own therapy modality that it's developed kind of off the beaten path. And I learned a lot from that. And a lot of that, the work that I do now in working with people, uses the best of that, as well as some things I've learned studying psychology and philosophy. And I feel like when I encountered Mark Passio's work around 2014, 2015, I started getting some, because I was very much narrowed into the Scientology point of view, and that is a philosophy-based religion or therapy modality. And so I found a lot of interesting things about that, and I began to realize that all therapy modalities come from a philosophy. And so a lot of the origins of psychology have roots in the Catholic religion, and some of them have roots in the secular statist desire to control people. Okay, so you get a weird marriage there if you really study the history of psychology. And out of that, there actually are roots in early psychology that come up in Dianetics and Scientology. So it becomes a branch of a tree, and just got into different approaches. So what I'm doing now is basically codifying a secularized version of Dianetics and Scientology so that a person can use the best of that work to work on themselves. I network with other people with other modes of therapy and learn a lot from them, and we learn from each other. And I train counselors. And really, what I've been doing is taking Mark Passio's work, which kind of filled in the missing gaps for me of philosophy in understanding the universe. And when I put together, that was a very powerful combination. Some of the fundamentals I learned in Scientology, some of the fundamentals I learned in this overall study of philosophy and reading the philosophers, and then finding Mark Passio's work, which really brings to light some of the occulted information that ancient psychologists have used that get used upon us as a population as far as hidden psychology and understanding of the mind. And bringing all that together has been a very powerful look. It's allowed me to reevaluate modalities of therapy, and try to make a more honest presentation of what happens when we really get to the top of philosophy and understand how interconnected we are, understand that rise above the factionalism of religion and religious cults, and actually and above politics and all of the other engagements we have in day-to-day life that are distractions from the inner work and the spirit. And how can we take that overall viewpoint and optimize therapies so that it accords with people's needs, and it also accords with their potential. The human potential movement, again, is another influence. And almost like, that one of the leaders of that movement was Abraham Maslow with his hierarchy of needs. How do you get to the top of that pyramid where you're really into self-realization? And that is basically my work, is how do you climb that pyramid of needs to where you're able to really self-actualize and be the best that you can be, so that you can turn around and help others climb as well to their full potential. So I really appreciate having this opportunity of connecting with you guys as a group, and our diverse backgrounds and viewpoints has been very powerful. And also, I have never been really, other than my personal health, I've never really been uh, connected very closely to the healthcare or even the alternative healthcare. And this has helped me to make those connections and understand my own health better. So this has been a very nice journey for me, and I'm proud and happy to have contributed to this project.
Thank you, Scott. Totally awesome. I love you guys. You guys are awesome. We'll hear more about Scott's unique approaches as we move forward. And then finally, I guess I'll speak on behalf of myself. Oh man, just kidding. But I started this journey when I was very young. 13, I was researching ingredients in the grocery store, came across a lot of ingredients. I was like, what is this doing in our food? So I never really was in the system per se, as much as like I was actually out of it because I was researching it from such a young age and seeing all these problems. But I've had a lot of unique individuals and a lot of unique things happen to me and to other people that I tend to observe. And, I would consider myself a philosopher among you guys as well, in the sense of trying to find myself. And as you're young and you're trying to research and you're overwhelmed by all this knowledge, you go down different rabbit holes, you meet a lot of people. And so, I met this one guy, his name was Frank, and he was a psychologist that I knew, a personal family friend, who passed away, but we hung out like all the time, and we would talk about different things about psychology. And I don't, really share much about myself usually on videos, but that was profound because I never thought I'd be doing a project like this, focused on psychology. And even, revisiting some people that my grandfather was connected to in the natural and alternative health field. I ended up interviewing a lot of people, and that I think is where a lot of insights also came. I met people like Scott and Leslie and Stephanie upon my journey, and I met doctors who I would eventually work with in PA as a health coach, and that would also help me see different perspectives. You're talking doctors who were independent and not part of different medical facilities, developing their own technologies, cutting edge stuff like ozone therapy, for instance, and then even their own products. And then in school, I was noticing a lot of people in high school because I was raised with a relatively very strong family structure. I was like, why aren't other people like, why don't they have strong families? So I was there for other kids in high school just by being there, tutoring. I was helping with different subjects in math, for instance, and I would stay after class, and these kids had a lot of anxiety, they had a lot of depression, and I would ask myself, like, what's going on here? A lot of them desperate for relationships or trying to get out of their circumstance at home if they had bad family situations. So I was helping them psychologically without even realizing it. And as my journey kept evolving with health and nutrition, I just couldn't avoid looking at psychology and the way people think and philosophy. Ultimately, I was a truth seeker. I wasn't just going to stop at food and nutrition. So that's what happened to me. I found Mark Passio and Larkin and all these different guys. I'd say, Mike Adams, definitely a huge influence. Food Babe was the first person in the health field that kind of got me onto one website, but I was doing my own research and looking at every website. I wasn't biased or selective to one. It was only over time that I was coming across the same websites over and over again in my research, and I would find out, okay, this website like Natural News seems like it has a lot of alternative stuff. And then I saw them questioning other things. I was like, huh, it's all connected, the medicine, the politics, the economics. And as I was running into blockades with my health coaching practice because people were only covered by insurance, I was starting to question that too. And then you look at natural medicine and it can't be patented. So I wanted to be a doctor. Then I'm like, I don't know if I should go through 8 years of schooling when I can go through 1 year of schooling potentially to become a health coach and start taking clients, get experiences, work with doctors. I think that's a far better path. And plus, all the doctors of the old system came together to create these health coaching programs, and there's a bunch of them now. So people are realizing things are failing and the titles and credentials are not meaning so much. And as I grew up, I was just like, okay, there's people like Max Lugavere, who's known as a brain expert, and he has no credentials, but he talks with all sorts of different brain experts and people in that field. So I realized I can learn from everybody and everything. And I just kept interviewing and talking to more people. I would say a lot of us, the majority of us, and you guys can tell me if I'm wrong, but most of us learned out of these systems. You know, not when we were in school, not when we were in these fields, but when we were out of them and studying them from the outside perspective and seeing people who think differently. So I'm okay with the fact that I may not have all these different credentials or a whole lot of experience as much as I say have observation and awareness of what is going on. And I'm open to everybody out there to share their story with me, their journey, no matter what happened, you know, no matter who you are. I am open to learning about it because I came across all sorts of ideas like slavery, you know, and abolitionism, which I never thought I'd get into, Taoism, right? And then even creating some of my own philosophies and then permaculture. All of these came upon just a genuine search for truth and seeing how could we make the world a better place. So thank you guys, Scott, Stephanie, Leslie, for helping, being a part of my journey, helping me, because this project helps me a lot, just as much as I think it'll help a lot of people out there. And so let's get into our approaches. We'll start here with Scott. If you can kind of go into the different approaches and solutions that you have for people. And you have a second slide to this as well.
Okay. I started describing this, I guess, when I was talking about myself and what I'm doing these days. There are, I think, two, maybe let's say three primary aspects of therapy with respect to self-betterment or self-improvement. You know, one of those is just the problems we carry around in our mind and that tend to influence how we look at the world. And how we look at problems is a lot of times how we look at the world. And we can learn a lot from that. And problems are usually they're problems because they're in a balance. They kind of hang up. Okay. And then there are two very imbalanced aspects to things that we want to talk about in counseling. And those are the things that we've done and the things that have happened to us. Things that have happened to us are, you know, we know those as traumas. And by the way, all of these sort of interact, and you can have a problem that includes a trauma. You can have a problem that includes worry about guilt or how you're going to manage things. And so you have these various areas, and I try to do a very balanced approach, particularly in those imbalances of things that happen to us and things that we've done, and getting it so that there's not overemphasis on either one. And since problems are kind of a balanced area, you can do as much as you want with that. But at some point, you know, when you feel like you've got a handle on your problems, then you can confront the things that have happened to you in the past, the traumas. You can confront the things that you've done that you regret, which are the things that flowed out from you. And so those are it's kind of my triangle of emphasis. And so it's not too different from 12 steps programs and some other alternative therapies like cognitive therapy. And I also am learning a lot about mindfulness approaches and emotional processing and the importance of, and, you know, when we were looking at the somatic experiencing technique, one of the things I wanted to talk about was the importance of the opportunity of addressing an illness or an injury or any other type of trauma, such as a loss of somebody, in present time as it's happening, because that is a valid form of processing and probably the most effective processing we can do, especially if you've had some inner work already and you know that how it kind of works to talk your way through something or to journal your way through something. So these are opportunities, and actually, if you don't take them as opportunities, they become the traumas of the past in the future that you didn't confront and work through. So there is something to working through, and we talked a little bit about Eastern and yoga and other things that kind of work on that as well, that working on being in present time, being honest with your emotions, feeling those emotions, and confronting and experiencing life and the trauma that you're in right now, if that's the case. So, but even though I'm learning a lot about that and applying that to my own case, my specialty is helping people to just get into a gracefully and at a very smooth rate, get into their own therapy one step at a time in a continuous step-by-step life improvement, and how to make it so that it's actually easy, because I know that confronting inner work is not easy. It's never going to be completely easy, but certain approaches are easier than others and more effective. So I'm always looking for the most effective, efficient, easiest, as it were, approach to getting through a trauma and converting that trauma alchemically, converting that trauma to something positive, to where you have experience, now you have something to share with others. So I really love to see people succeed in getting through the barriers that come to them from the past, or they're there in the present based on the way they've addressed problems in the past. So if you want, you can go on to the next one. And this is basically a summary of what I've already talked about, but I'm going to go right to the middle here and talk a little bit about statism, because that was the theme of our presentation. And statism comes with trauma, as we've talked about and we know. And another mission of mine is, I want freedom, human freedom, and I understand how connected that is to personal freedom, and empowering people is very much an important part of our success in creating a society in which authoritarian and domination and the things that come with statism are not needed, because we actually are empowered and we can communicate clearly our needs and wants and exchange what we need and want with others in a voluntary fashion. And in order to get there, we need a lot of inner work. And I'm more and more aware of that as I look out on the world and as I help people through their inner work. And so this project has been very helpful and engaging for me, because it's my purpose to help people get over statism. And what I have determined statism comes from is from traumas that keep us in a dysfunctional family type relationship, where we need that father authoritarian figure, that strong figure in the form of a strong politician, or we need the state to take care of us, with the mommy issues thing. And so a dysfunctional family corresponds completely with statism, and empowering a person with good inner work is the way out of both things. So that's my passion. That's what I'm interested in. And I'll finish up by describing something that I have found is very that makes it actually easy. I found that some processing that I learned in Scientology, I've renamed repetitive Socratic questioning. And I found that when this is addressed to some key philosophical areas, like what does a spiritual being do? Or what do we do as beings in life? We help each other, we communicate with each other, we try to solve problems. All of those are philosophical areas, and all of those can have processes geared to each area. And so I'm constantly working on and perfecting processes, repetitive questions that you ask somebody, say in the area of problems, and you get them to look at problems and really drill down into it, into super focus until you find some answers for yourself. And that ends that process and sometimes ends that session. A session can have more than one process. So my specialization in counseling research is trying to optimize the overview, or the philosophical approach, and the specific approaches, the specific processes that we're going to use in order to get out of these area of problems of guilt, feeling guilty for past mistakes, of the whole aspect of help and exchange, which is what life is all about. Life forms are about. Even plants and animals are engaged in an exchange with the human race. And so it's a very broad and oftentimes not so broad, but very specific session approach to attaining freedom, freedom from the being stuck in problems, being stuck in guilt, and various conditions that we find ourselves in that are unwanted, that we want out of. So that's my specialty, and I'm really glad to bring that perspective to the group.
So, Scott, you have great websites out there for people to learn more about this, including specific questions that people can look into for more resources on this. And at the end of our seminar, we have websites and contact information. So stay tuned for that as we share more of our solutions.
First, I just want to say that I've always been a self-processor my whole life. And even through my physical illnesses and all of my experience with near death, I've never been drawn towards the therapeutic realm. I don't know why. It's just a part of my personality. Not against it. I think it's amazing. I just never ended up there. But I did when I found Scott. I met Scott several years ago, and he was telling me about his approach. I was very curious in the way that he was approaching his therapeutic work. And I was also just very interested in Scott as a person. I felt an incredible amount of compassion coming through him, non-judgment, love, just an equanimity about him. And honestly, I know that he wasn't trained traditionally. And there was something about just Scott as a person that won my trust over and wanted me to take up a few sessions with him. And having experienced his sessions, I will say I think it's an incredible methodology that he's cultivated and put together that's exceptionally compassionate and loving and empathetic and caring, yet incredibly effective, where his guidance leads you to be in control of your process. And Scott, I really just admire you for the work that you do. I think it's pivotal. And I think that so many people who've had bad experiences within the traditional realm could really benefit from your work. So I'm hoping that this really propels your work more out into the mainstream.
Well, thank you so much.
Awesome.
He didn't pay me to say that. It's true.
Yes, I do really like Scott's approach as well. I think it is very light, but yet deep enough where I think, it really opens people up, gets them to start crying and thinking about things even deeper. And you're right, it's very focused on, okay, I am in control of this in a way. Scott's just guiding me in the right direction. So it's very nice, very supportive.
Yeah, never once did I feel that I had a label or that he was trying to direct my story. He just continuously handed me back the narrative, which I think is really, really amazing. So thanks again, Scott.
All right. And
Welcome.
so
Thank you.
we have Stephanie's approach, and I want you to share, your perspective on here, your solutions for the audience here.
I think to parlay off of Scott is that over my journey, I've understood that there's a profound desire for individuals to lead healthier lives, but it has to come at the effect of them doing their own inner work. Basically, that's what I found was the missing piece within everything that I've been through, within the patient experience, the provider experience, and this relationship that we're all having within ourselves, with our families, with our partners, and with our systems, including healthcare and the state and the government. I see everything as a relationship. And what I'm seeing for the most part in society is that we're living out dysfunctional trauma patterns that are deeply hidden in our own unconscious, and that it's playing out in this story that's creating a lot of harm, not just to ourselves physically, but to nature and to just all of our relationships at large. So for me, I believe health and healing is about recohering. And I know Leslie talks a lot about IFS and internal family systems. It's about taking these dysfunctional or abandoned or exiled parts of us, whether they're playing out in relationship or within our own illness experience, within the relationships we have with the people who are supposed to be in control. I think it's just rooted all back in within our own psychology, within our epigenetic trauma, generational trauma, family stories that maybe we even forget. But for me, healing is about reclaiming that process of coherence again, and it starts within. So, as I mentioned here, I believe we have this inner landscape, which is the stories that we tell ourselves about our traumas, the way that we repress it, or the repetition that we have regarding certain hurts or traumas within ourselves. So the bulk of my work revolves around first, as Scott would do, is compassionately starting a trustful relationship with a client to the degree where I will call them my friend right off the bat. I develop a true friendship. It's not just a therapeutic relationship. I develop and I commit to actually having true friendships with all of my clients, which is very different from the traditional therapeutic model or medical model, I should say, where we have these more stringent boundaries between transference, countertransference, patient provider, what can be said, what can't be said. I don't have that limitation, thank God, and I can treat everybody as though they are a budding friend or a friend to me. So there's a high level of love and trust that is the foundation of all the work that I do, which I've discovered enables people to feel much more confident to tell me the truth about what they're really feeling. And I try to lay that bedrock and that foundation of I can also be honest with them. And in turn, my honesty allows them to be honest as much as possible. And it really opens this field of potential when somebody can tell you their story in a way they're not going to be judged, they're not going to be labeled, they're not going to be diagnosed, just really with an incredible amount of love and care. So to me, that's the foundation of actually changing somebody's narrative, is how much you can love and show up with care and non-judgment from the start. And then allow them, do some mirroring work. And sometimes the mirroring work is done without conscious discussion. It's just some mirroring work that takes place. And I often learn in all of my experience as well. And I feel very, very blessed to be in the relationships and the therapeutic relationships I've created, because I don't advertise. So they always come to me, they show up, and I consider that extremely sacred. And I'm very, very present and grateful when these relationships do occur. And I understand that it's a gift that God has given me. And I show up and understand that it is just that, it's a gift. So the more I can see my client as an extension of myself, somebody that I love, and in turn, me helping them is going to also help me, that maintenance of humility and loving care, we're able to, or able to kind of recreate and face those hidden fears, the traumas, the attachments, the dynamics that want to blame other people and control, manipulate, whatever it may be, and help them through understanding opposites and just introducing new concepts and ways of seeing and perceptions for them, to help them recalibrate some of their deepest, most fundamental stories that they've hung onto that actually are rooted in fear and not love. So that's really the basis of the work that I do. It doesn't look as structured as maybe some of the others, the therapists here, maybe their process looks. Mine is a very intuitive process, and it's very much, I do have structures, but it's very much of an unfoldment in the moment always. So I try to show up actually as naked and bare with no expectations as possible, just completely empty vessel, and just allow what needs to come up, and together, very lovingly, with the help of God and divine intelligence, we work through some of these very deep embedded traumas together.
Wow.
So that is the way that I work. I believe that we heal in healthy environments. And I think once we are able to be brave enough to face the things we've repressed with the right people, that's when we see humanity become this humanity 2.0, like you were talking about with wellness 2.0, is where we're not here to cut anybody down because we have repression, but we're only here to uplift people because that's our divine birthright. So really love and care and coherence and compassion, and helping balance out inequities and ways in which, again, the force and the blame is directed out onto other people, as, them really attaching to the victim consciousness and kind of helping them be proactive about their own empowerment. And like Leslie talks about, the inner locus of control, and help them to see that you are incredibly powerful. Nothing is limiting you. And if it is, let's work on fixing it. Because sometimes it is very real world, tangible things, like I don't have a job and I can't pay my rent. And if that's the case, well, we need to address that because that's causing you stress. So really just addressing what is most bothering you. Where's your suffering really coming from? Don't be ashamed. Tell me what it is. And let's work on it together, no matter what it is. So that's it.
Beautiful.
Thanks.
Beautiful. Thank you very much.
Sure.
And here we have Leslie Powers.
Well, gosh, I resonate with a lot of what both Stephanie and Scott said. And for sure, I think the heart of my work really has been that I work from the heart, and with people create an environment of safety where we can build a trusting relationship. And that is really the foundation, really, for someone to be able to feel safe enough to look within and to develop some compassion for themselves, because so many people are struggling with self-love and with narratives and scripts around not enough, and really are lost in terms of their sense of purpose in the world and their value. And so, I really focus on really meeting that person in their situation, and being really that unconditional positive regard, and a sense of acceptance, of curiosity and compassion and heart-based care. And I'm very naturally, I have a systems mind. I look at systems. I see correspondences between the micro and the macrocosm, and that has led me to really see these patterns that are happening, like Scott was saying, within your family system, that then reflects in the political landscape, that also on the microcosmic level is within you, in how you relate to yourself. And that relationships are essential, really, to individuals' freedom, is how to learn how to navigate and heal the harm that has been done through relationships, and how we continue to perpetuate our internal, perpetuate harm internally and become our own inner oppressors, where we perpetuate the fallacies that we internalized when we're young, right? And so healing trauma and metabolizing the stuck energy, the stuckness within us, those rigid, calcified places that came from repeating trauma stories or becoming dissociated and disconnected from ourselves and our stories really is important and helps lead to freedom and self-empowerment that also includes a care for community and therefore a care for the collective. And, you know, ultimately coming out of this with a love and a sense of, you know, how to share and echo that out into the world. So I see that healing really should include a holistic approach of mind, body, spirit, and creating an alignment within oneself between our thoughts and our feelings and our actions. And when we are in alignment, we can feel there's a freedom that comes from that. The shame can be lifted, right? Because we are in integrity. And finding a way to be in integrity, I think, is an important part of healing, recognizing our interconnectedness and learning, to have a moral foundation of doing no harm. Because if we don't have that aspect of, the structure of right and wrong, then we will keep perpetuating suffering. And some people, they don't see those patterns. And so I think that is a part of balancing that masculine, feminine into the healing process. And learning to then speak up for yourself and stand up for your own, natural rights as a human. When we are cleared of that, the effects of trauma and shame, and we can develop the self-love and know our value, then we're more inclined to stand up and say no to things that are wrong, and be active to educate ourselves, and to be active in making decisions and learning your patterns of how you might have been perpetuating suffering, but now you can be clear and free, in all your relationships going forward. So that's philosophically my approach. And I do work with individuals, although I'm shifting a bit away from that. I'm actually doing a lot of group work right now. And I'm really, I love helping to mentor and teach other people who are interested in doing good work with people. So that's me.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Leslie. Thank you, Scott. Stephanie, you guys are awesome. And I have included in here work from David Rodriguez, because you might have seen him before in the seminar talking about the idea of schooling. And schooling is like the first foundation. We live in this world, we bring our kids right to the school system. So you might be wondering, well, what is the alternative to the mainstream schooling system? How do I get my kids out of that system? Or how do I teach them to understand self-ownership? And a lot of the concepts we've been talking about, I wanted to get insight from him directly. So this is directly from David. And it says, to resolve the problem of government compulsory schools, parents may consider the following. And you can see here he has a whole list. See your child as a born genius who loves learning and developing his or her own mind. Distinguish the different meanings of education and schooling. Empower your child with voluntary learning opportunities, not mandatory assignments. Encourage curiosity and question asking. Accept the mystery of the universe and keep your wonder alive. And by the way, some of this you can say applies to us as well, ourselves, because we have this inner child within us, and as we shared before, a lot of our childhood comes to the surface in our adult life, and we may not see that it's coming from our childhood. So this is so crucial, so important to understand. The kids are the next generation. They're the ones that are going to take our ideas and take all that's happening and bring it forward. So It's incredibly important. Demonstrate respectful manners to and with your child. Begin and complete your own learning projects. Co-create adventures. Inspire explorations of the local surroundings. Invite your child to observe and participate in your activities like cooking, cleaning, dancing, conversing, thinking, analyzing as you deem fit. Visit museums, grocery stores, right? It's developing a really solid relationship. Just as, Stephanie was saying, like, I want to just build a relationship with the person. Like, this is what it means. You're doing so much together, you're learning together, and now you really know your child, and your child really knows you. Learn about the history and intentions of government schools. So you know the problem and you know the solution. And this, I say, gets to the root of statism, in the sense of where it starts to manifest. It starts in the schooling system, which is founded on, this Prussian model of obedience. So getting out of that, thank you, David Rodriguez, for sharing this information with us for our seminar. And again, we're open to hearing from so many different people and so many different fields. This is just one example of a great contributor to our project. And then finally, for myself, I tend to work a lot more on systems, like Leslie was saying, systems mind. I think that's where a lot of my work has been focused in the past couple years, because I realize we can't just heal individuals. We have to heal entire groups of individuals. If many individuals all have the same mindsets, why is that? We can treat one and one, we can try to get rid of all the symptoms, but we got to get to the root cause. We got to look at the big picture. And I'm saying, okay, what if I set up projects like Health Revealed? What if I set up projects like in my local area, Bigfoot Food Forest, where we're trying to grow food together, bring together the community, invite practitioners, give them a space, show people different solutions. So for me, I'm trying to help create the spaces that allow practitioners to utilize these approaches and allow everyday people to find those approaches in the first place. And I think that's where my work has been heading toward. And I personally have been, doing Qigong and plan to be teaching a lot of that myself as well. So I would say that would be an important method that is not on this slide here. But I would highly emphasize when it comes to individuals, like Scott was differentiating individual treatment, say, versus collective or systemic, Socratic methods can be very important, such as Scott's method or Larkin Rose and his Candles in the Dark method. He has whole courses dedicated to how you talk to other people who disagree with you, and even specifically on the topic of statism, how you go from point A to point B. That is somebody who believes in this authority, this right to rule, this whole ideology, and get them to simply be themselves and treat other people as merely human beings. And this is related to the health coaching approach that you find in many different coaching programs, which involve simple lines of open questioning. They call it high mileage questioning, right? So asking a question that gets somebody to talk more than you. If you're talking more as a practitioner or as a coach, you may not be doing your job correctly. Like, that's one of the warning signs. It's because you want the other person to be exploring their own mindsets and sharing things about themselves. You don't want to be the one projecting onto your clients and just trying to convince them of something or preaching. And I think this is also a common tendency within a lot of people who find the truth, truth seekers. We talked about the conspiracy theorist mindset before. People want to go off to the rooftops and scream, oh, I got the solution, or you're enslaved, or whatever. And it tends to push people away, or they have a hard time with their own families. And so understanding these approaches can be particularly helpful. And with that line of understanding, I think it would be important to understand soma therapy and gestalt therapy, for instance, and all the other therapies we talked about in this seminar, to be frankly honest with you. I think it's helped me radically in understanding how I approach people. And I have a method I call now walk up to wake up, where people just walk up to other people and start conversations, especially people who, look down or they're alone and they don't feel like, maybe they don't have any friends. Like, I always ask myself, like, what are these people doing here? And do they need help? Do they just need a friend, somebody to talk to? And there's a lot of people out there. We have a loneliness epidemic. And I've been doing that more and more, where I just walk up to people and I form really strong bonds, and people tell me like, hey, nobody ever approached me before and talked to me, and especially not talking this deep into different things. Since I have such an open mind, they can share with me literally anything and I won't be opposed to it. So I feel like maybe I'm kind of just a mirror or a reflection for people. So that way, we can just develop a really strong bond in transparency. And one of those methods, I would say, core to my whole well-being, my whole principality is radical honesty, which I wrote a small book about, which basically is that we shouldn't have any contradiction in our morality, in our honesty. We should always be ourselves, have principles that we live by. Natural law is one such methodologies, learning from Mark Passio, but there's many different teachers throughout history that help people form their own principles. And I think it's very important that you live your life by some sort of principle. Taoist philosophy can also be helpful for that. It's an open-minded wisdom of Chuangzi and Lao Tzu from the Chinese tradition, and that also is where Eastern medicine, a lot of Chinese medicine, feng shui, and qigong, that's where a lot of it comes from. And then voluntarism, we mentioned as a particular solution to statism. This is more of an ideological type of thing. If you understand statism, then you probably will understand voluntarism and vice versa. Statism also goes by the word arcanism. I really just put that there so you understand the terminology, but I'd rather people look at the context and don't go around saying, oh, you're a statist or you're this and I'm that and I'm that, because people tend to associate colors and identities with these, and that's not necessarily the point, right? The point is to create a world that is free of people who simply treat each other as equals, which is why I have a great amount of emphasis on slavery versus abolitionism. That's important to understand for our approach because I believe it is understanding history. It's understanding thousands of years of conquest and war. And ultimately, that's pretty much every civilization has been founded on slavery. So I would say it's one of the most important histories to understand because there's so much psychology behind why so many people put up with it for so long, including people like Aristotle and Plato, the greatest philosophers in history. Mental slavery being similar to statism in how it operates with people wanting to be enslaved or not knowing that they are enslaved. So it's a very important dynamic to understand, I would say, in looking at the works of William Lloyd Garrison or Adem Ballou. These are different avenues because somebody might be more interested in philosophy and someone else might be more interested in history, or somebody might be more interested in just how to talk to people or forming their own principles. People are at different stages in their life, and I would agree with Stephanie that we need to really look at the individual in particular. And I'm talking to you, the audience, whoever you are, where you currently are at. For me, I'm focusing on systems, but you might focus on individuals. I do both. I try to just see where I can do each in my life. I find out that I tend to be organizing a lot of people because that's what I'm doing with a lot of events and everything. So, health through bioindividuality is a very important key principle in integrative nutrition, particularly, which is that one thing does not work for everybody. And so that's a very important thing to help me connect with individuals. And I'd say it's something that people can look into. Food forests are very intriguing as well, especially through the use of permaculture, which is a form of gardening that can definitely help with different environments, survival, health, economics, a lot of things. Also involving counter economics, right? Alternative energy, better systems, pretty much anything decentralized. If there's something that you're into, you can probably find a decentralized alternative. You can probably find people out there who are doing work that would astonish you. People who develop their own med beds, people who develop their own, cryptocurrencies or even operating systems. We were talking about Linux computers, like these are all methods truly to help individuals gain control over their own life and also potentially find a purpose, find a passion. We talked about logotherapy as being very important for people, which is, having some sort of passion or goal or purpose. And so the use of voluntary religion, I would say, is rather important, or higher authority in general, whether it's God or whether it's an internal force. And of course, there's a mix between the two when you study works of Carl Jung and Osho and Alan Watts and so many others that do work and study upon these subjects. They'll find out, wait, it's usually a mixture of a lot of different religious teachings and spiritual traditions throughout history. And if you practice that voluntarily and that gives you great purpose and it helps you free yourself from these systems, I think that can be a very powerful strategy especially as we've seen with abolitionism in history. Many of the abolitionists were very religious people. Not all of them, some of them weren't, and they were still abolitionists, but it's really about finding out what's going to give you that goal that's going to really keep you going, that purpose. So understand all these processes, utilize and encourage freedom. And while encouraging these processes, we must have love, faith, and courage with presence in particular. I think presence is very important because although there's all these different solutions, we can become present and look upon our own lives, go inward, and we might find solutions that is not mentioned here at all, and solutions that are best for our own individual environment and maybe even your own approaches. Right. And so I create something called the chairman's experiment, which can also be utilized on a more systemic level, perhaps in a group setting, that can help basically relay or replicate the information or the results of the Stanley Milgram experiment. So the Stanley Milgram experiment was a experiment done by a psychologist to show like this is what's going on in the world. I create a similar experiment, but without the unethical parts of the electrocution and more with the Socratic asking people questions, right? And so that's what this is all about. An experiment inspired by the Stanley Milgram and Stanford prison experiments, minimizing unethical concerns. Now, the word chairman's actually represents this idea of authority, and it also rearranges the letters to the word anarchism. So I use that as kind of a hidden word, but also as a meaningful word to represent what the experiment is to do. And it merely represents handing out quizzes, which could be done in different formats. And it's videotaped, preferably, so people can observe reactions. And then there's like a somewhat of a conversation that happens between participants between these quizzes. Basically, that's a summary, and I can give further information and specific questions. I have like over 90 questions I developed for one of my quizzes. A simpler version would be like 5 or 7 questions. They don't need to be that crazy, and they can be really helpful for people to really learn about these ideas for themselves. And it says it is recommended to have the experiment made public, specifying some details. Of course, the more details you give, the better transparency as regards to the conditions and the variables. So you can always contact me for more information on that. And so that pretty much wraps up our seminar. And I just want to say thank you, everybody, for watching, especially, if you listen to this whole thing, maybe as a podcast, I wouldn't blame you. There was so much information and it's a lot to take in. So when it comes to solutions, definitely reach out, look into a lot of the resources we have, look into our websites. I have like a whole page of links, but I think the main goal of a lot of the work, the main message, if you will, of a lot of the work that we have here is to say that you have value, that you are somebody who owns yourself, and that servitude is perhaps the antithesis of healing. And what do you guys think? Leslie, Stephanie, Scott.
Well, I think this has been a long journey and process for us, and it's amazing here to be coming to the end of this formal presentation. And in another respect, it's just the beginning. So I'm looking forward to what we do with this and how we share it and create this more conversations with people. And I want to thank you, Corey, for being, the initiator of this project and the leader, very easy person to work with, and helping us to finish this really colossal project. And thank you, Stephanie and Scott. Really great to be working with you. I've enjoyed this very much and feel like it's very important. So just want to add that.
Very nice. We're all doctors, patients, humans. Let's open the discussion. We're open to more resources. Do reach out to us. We're always working on bettering this information. This information may be prone to change if you're watching, this whole thing in regards to our approaches, more specifically, as we connect with other practitioners. I'm sure that we can expand and even create more charts and more information for people. So definitely look into our website, healthrevealed.org, for more. Talking about opposites, and my whole message, nature is the answer. I really probably should just put that on my solution slide, perhaps. But thank you. Here are all our links on the screen for everybody that has contributed. And we're looking forward to more contributors to expand this work, and anybody can repost or clip this work, get involved. We even have a mapper system as well. And so we'll develop more systems as we go. Thank you so much. Is there anything else you guys want to say before we leave off on this project?
I just want to say I feel like I've been really blessed spending the last couple of years curating this with you guys. And Corey, please don't play small. You are an incredible aggregator and inspirer and networker, and all of the things that you do, bringing all of these people and ideas together is really, we need it. And thank you for your energy. And anyone who's watched this and has felt triggered, we get it. We've all been in your shoes. And keep going, keep fighting the good fight. And to Scott and Leslie and Corey, I just want to say thank you guys so much. Yeah.
Awesome. All right. So healthreveal.org, you can find more information on this whole project as time moves forward. We're going to be doing a lot more outreach and trying to see how can we help the world with the projects that we're setting up, with the approaches we have. How can we demonstrate that to others? It's a lot to do, but a lot of great things coming from it. So we've already made great connections with some great folks in independent media. We're looking forward to reaching the mainstream, and we need your help to do it. Thank you very much for watching.
Well, if you look at the way people think and act and talk and interact in their daily lives, with the exception of politics, the vast majority of people already understand that you don't attack people. That's not okay. You don't rob people. That's not okay. You can do almost anything you want if it's consensual and voluntary. You go to the supermarket. You don't say, I'm entitled to food. Hand it over, I'll shoot you. You say, here's some money, I'll trade it for that food. And then you trade it. That's a voluntarist act. People don't think of it that way because they don't need to. Because that's just life. That's just how they see it. And so when most people ask, well, can you point to an example of anarchy in action? It's, yeah, most of your life, most of the time. Most of the way most people interact is anarchistic. The problem is that they've been taught to believe that in this certain realm, with certain rituals and certain documents called politics, those rules don't apply. There's suddenly an exemption from morality, and, for example, where hardly anyone would feel okay about going to rob his neighbor at gunpoint to pay for his kid's education, most people feel perfectly fine about voting for a school board that will tax his neighbor to pay for a school for his kid's education, doing the exact same thing, but in a way that they think is okay, because they're taught it's an exception. But it shows that in their real lives, they don't think like statists. They don't think, who can I rob to pay for the stuff I want? Who can I force to behave the way I kind of wish they would? They think like anarchists, which is, I'll leave people alone if they leave me alone. Live and let live is a completely anarchist concept. And different cultures have their own versions, but almost every culture has a version of the do unto others. Do unto others as you would have done unto you. Unless you would like to be attacked and robbed, that means don't be a statist, please. So yeah, that's how people naturally act, except in this weird realm called politics, where they're taught that there's an exception.
Well, I can just see Martin Minarchist saying, hey, you know, I'm a nice guy, I'm a decent guy, I am very peaceful, I buy my food and beverage from the supermarket without a gun, I don't do that, but that's me and I trust me, but I don't necessarily trust people I don't know or people that I haven't met yet. So don't we need to be not anarchists in the realm of the people that we don't know and we might not trust?
The funny thing is, people assume that you must trust everybody if you don't want government, which isn't at all true. I don't trust anybody who's a statist, because they imagine that politics gives them a right to steal my money. Now, I was in a cage for a year because I didn't pay tribute to the U.S. ruling class. Almost everybody I know voted for that ruling class. Now, some voted Democrat and some voted Republican. They all knew that if their guy won, he was going to demand money from me and do nasty things if I didn't pay. So they did that to me. These people who think that they're peaceful and compassionate and stuff, and they are in their daily lives. But they imagine that, well, we need this because I don't trust people. And the ultimate irony is, if you believe in government, you're the one who can't be trusted. because you're the one advocating violence against your fellow man. And to say, well, somebody might rob me, so I'm going to vote for this guy to rob everybody so that he can make a police force to protect me. Well, that makes you the guy who can't be trusted. That makes you the problem in society. And luckily, it isn't because they're evil. It's not because they run around doing that on their own, because they don't. It's just because they've been tricked into believing that, well, if you do it this way, through these rituals and these documents and in this particular way called politics and law and government authority, then it's okay. But I don't particularly care what your excuse is for robbing me. The threat to society is the people who think it's okay to rob others, and that includes absolutely everybody who believes in government.
I don't think Martin Minarchist would think that it's okay to rob you. I think what Martin Minarchist would say is that there are certain functions that only a government can provide, and in order to fund those functions, very essential functions like police or fire or courts or something like that, we need for you to pay your share in order to get these things that everybody wants. Everybody wants education. Everybody wants police. These are essential things for a functioning first world society. And so Martin Minarchist doesn't want to rob you, and he doesn't see it as theft. Like, taxation as theft is a weird concept to the Minarchist. And so if you're having this conversation with Martin Minarchist and you're trying to show him that he is just like you, how do you get him to see that you don't need robbery to get essential functions, and B, that taxation is in fact robbery? And because I don't think he's going to see that.
Yeah, and it's a great example to use to show the contradiction and hypocrisy that every statist does, and that I did for years and years and years when I was a statist. If someone came up to Martin Minarchist and said, I think it's really important that kids get a good education, and I'm not really sure that people would do that voluntarily, give me your money, I'm going to make sure they do it voluntarily. And even if they did it nicely and said, first I'll send you a letter asking you politely, and then I'll do a few other things, and then eventually men will come to your house with guns and kick you out of your house, and I'm going to take your house, because that's what happens if you don't pay property taxes. The sheriff will show up and steal your house. They'll show up with guns. Minarchists wouldn't do that and would recognize that as wrong, which means their moral code is perfectly fine. Their moral code is not quite knowing how something will work is not a good enough excuse to commit armed robbery.
Right.
But they've been taught to believe if you do it by way of elections, then it's okay, because that's somehow different. Well, the Constitution says Congress can tax. So, they're allowed to because some piece of parchment said they can for some reason. And so that doesn't count. And it's really just a matter of getting them to recognize that they've been tricked by mythology into betraying their own values. Right. Like Martin Minarchist, who wouldn't rob you by himself but will vote for somebody else to do it, and won't even see it as robbery. Like you said, he won't recognize it as theft because it's covered in all this mythology and these rituals, and we have these elections and appointments and this legislation and all these things to make it, and all the terminology. We don't call it robbery, we call it taxation and law and yada yada yada, to hide what it really is. And if you take away the euphemisms and the garbage that train people to not see reality, it's kind of hard to miss the glaring contradiction between being a decent person and believing in government, because they just don't match. And when people have to choose between them, most people will choose, I would rather not have innocent people be robbed. And the moment you would rather not have innocent people be robbed, you're an anarchist. Go ahead.
I would say that Stacy the statist would argue that you...
I was going to say Molly the minarchist, but, go ahead. Stacy the statist.
I had to come up with a different word there.
Stacy the statist.
So she might argue that, of course, it's wrong to be robbed, but if you're not robbed by the government to pay for education and police and necessary functions, you will then, therefore, instead be robbed by your average Joe mafia man to pay for whatever it is that he wants. Because without government and police, there would be utter chaos. Of course.
Yeah, and again, these are excuses that come up. They're basically excuses that people fabricate to try to justify the contradictions in their own head. Because Stacy Statist would not use that argument in any context other than politics. She wouldn't go up to somebody and say, I'm sorry to have to rob you, but if I don't steal your money in order to hire this guy to protect you, somebody might rob you. Nobody is insane enough to think that in any context other than politics and government. So all of that kind of argument, and I've heard tons of statists say exactly that and use that as their argument, but it doesn't, because they never use it in any other context, it shows that they're fishing for an attempted rationalization of a belief system that doesn't make any sense and actually contradicts their, if somebody actually said, yeah, I'd rob you at gunpoint to pay for something, they would at least be consistent when they vote for government to do it. But the reason there's hope is because it's inconsistent, because Stacey Statist and Martin Minarchist wouldn't do it on their own because they'd recognize that as wrong. It's only when they're tricked into thinking it's okay when you do it by these magic rituals, that's what pits us against each other. It makes, perpetual war among us, because then everybody's running to see who can be first to get the government to do what they want. Like, they're not running around saying, behave the way I want and give me your money, but they are running to government and saying, make her behave the way I want
It is
and
kind
give
of
me her money.
It is kind of ironic that people say, I need to rob you so that other people don't rob you.
Yeah.
Like, I need to do bad things because other people might do bad things. It doesn't make any great sense.
I think Stacey, the statist, would agree to that point, but she might also ask, are you saying that people are just good and will never try to rob you, and so we can just have no police and everybody would just be living in peace?
And if I'm feeling nasty, I'd say, you, Stacey Statist, I believe you are good if you will give up government and stop robbing me. Mm-hmm. Yeah, there are other people out there who would actually rob me on their own, but they're a small minority. The number of people who will rob me by way of government is almost 100%. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And so, yeah, like you were saying, the weirdest thing is to say you need to be robbed in order to be protected from robbers. It's the most obvious contradiction there is. It's also the most common attempted justification for government, is because there are bad people out there. And it's not because I think everybody's trustworthy. It's not because I don't think nasty people are out there. But it's funny because when statists say that, they are acknowledging that theft is bad. We need to be protected from the people who would steal our money. And to start your solution with, so let's start by robbing people. No one would ever come up with that idea on their own. Nobody would start with that solution unless they weren't trained to imagine that a certain kind of that is okay.
Well, if Stacey believes that she's going to be robbed either way, in whichever world that we live in, government or no government, she might think it's a more peaceful robbery with the government and a more violent robbery with just the thieves on the streets. So is there anything you can say to Stacey the Statist to convince her that despite there being some bad people that want to rob her without the government, that she will still be protected in other ways?
A couple things. First, I'd ask Stacey to please not rob me if she's concerned about people being robbed. Or please not advocate that somebody else robs me. The other one is when people talk about, I mostly want freedom, but there's a few things government just has to do. You want somebody to protect you. You want some organization, you want some, tough guys with guns to make sure you're not robbed. Which do you think will give you a better service? A, you go to them and they say, here's what we do, here's the price, whether it's you or your town or however many people who want to hire us to do this service, and you can decide if you want to purchase this service, and you can decide if you like it. You can quit and go ask somebody else. That's option one. Option two is, we're going to decide what to do for you. If anything, we decide the price. You don't have a choice. The latter being government. Now, why on earth would Stacey think that having no choice who to spend her money on to protect herself will work out better for her than protection in an anarchist society where she's allowed to hire people, you're allowed to cooperate, you're allowed to organize, you don't become government, you don't acquire a right to rob your neighbor. But the idea that government will ever serve the people better than freedom is saying, you being able to spend your own money, that's going to work out really badly for you. But me stealing your money and deciding how to spend it on your behalf, that'll be great. And that's the excuse for government. And if you just, that's not exactly advanced economics to know you'll get a better product if you get to decide whether to buy it and who to buy it from. But people are sort of taught that no, you can't be allowed. We have to have one big giant thing that we don't have a choice about. One big giant good guy to save the day.
Are there any final thoughts you have to Martin Minarchist or Stacey Statist that will show them that deep down that they are just like us, and there's really not much separating us. I mean, in terms of our private daily lives, I think we all agree that we are the same as Martin Minarchus for sure. I mean, he's not, as far as I know, he's not going into a supermarket with a gun demanding tomatoes. So, final thoughts on everyone is an anarchist, they just don't know it yet.
I was a minarchist for many years, so I was what lots of people still are. And it wasn't because I was evil, and it wasn't because I wanted people robbed. And it was just because, and now I can look back and say it was because I was tricked into betraying my own values and my own moral code. And I would say to Martin Minarchist and Stacey Statist and anybody else who advocates government of any kind, of any flavor, of any size, get consistent inside your own head and you will end up an anarchist. And I got there by accident, by removing the inconsistencies and noticing, whoops, I turned into an anarchist. And it doesn't mean I throw bombs at people and break windows. It means I don't advocate violence against my fellow man. I only advocate force and self-defense. When you get to that point, you suddenly realize government can't be legitimate. And so I went through that process. I know a whole lot of other people who went through that process. And it wasn't because we turned evil and hated society. It's because we figured out peaceful coexistence is better than violent domination. How tough is it to figure that out? When you figure that out, you're a voluntarist.
I think in order to solve any problem, you have to be all the way clear on what the problem is, what the origin and what the mechanics of the problem are. For example, once upon a time in this country, sadly not that long ago, there was open chattel slavery. The problem in that case was not that the slaves were whipped harder or longer than they should have been. The problem was not that they were forced to work too many hours. The problem was that people thought you could own other people. The solution to that, the abolitionists got right, which is slavery is evil, end it now. And it took a long time before it did. Mostly it just transferred into political slavery instead. It took a long time to do away with it, but the solution, imagine a group that came along and said, well, that's a little extreme and we're not sure people are going to go for that, so we're going to petition for laws that you're only allowed to work your slaves like 12 hours a day, and you can only whip them 20 lashes for this offense, and we'll make a bunch of regulations. We will accept the notion that you can own other people. We'll accept the premise, we'll accept the evil foundation of the entire institution, and then we'll try to make it nicer on the slaves. Even though that theoretically could make the life of a slave on a practical basis a little bit less horrible, that is still a pro-slavery position. And when it comes to politics, the problem is not that government takes too much of our money. It's not that government controls too much of our choices. It is the idea that anybody can have the right to rule at all. So if somebody's trying to use political power or trying to get into political power, even to relinquish it, as he said, that doesn't make authoritarianism go away. What that does is accept the premise that it is up to legislators to give us their blessing, to allow us to be a little bit more free, to allow us to not quite have as much of our stuff stolen. It accepts the premise of authoritarian domination and then tries to make it a little bit less painful. That is absolutely a pro-government, pro-authoritarian, anti-freedom position, because as long as it's spreading the notion that we should be asking for legislative permission to be free, that is accepting and reinforcing the entire problem. And the entire problem is the notion that they have the right to rule us. And I don't care if it's a nice master or a mean master or something in between. That belief in authority is the entire problem. And when we try to use the political process and elections to go, like you said, relinquish power, all we're doing, even if they were to win, all they're doing is reinforcing the notion that we need them to give to us our freedom. As long as people believe that, they are slaves in their own mind, no matter what happens on the political sphere. So no, my position is that trying to do anything along the lines of getting power and changing legislation, all it does is reinforce the problem in the name of making the practical suffering a little bit less. And that, to me, just makes the problem even stronger than it was before, whether you win or not. There are two ways in which I'm not at all opposed to people sort of using the system to try to limit authoritarian power. One is jury nullification. If people go and sit in the box and let the God complex psycho in a black robe babble on, and then say, this law is stupid, we're letting them go. To me, that's an anarchist act. It's saying, yep, that person totally broke the law and we just don't care, we're letting them go. And it's weird that you have this little bit of anarchism actually built into the American judicial system, and then the judges try really hard to hide that from people. I think New Hampshire is like the one state where you're allowed to point out to the jury that you can just decide the law is stupid and let them go. So I'm not opposed to that. I'm also not opposed to it, not as opposed to it when people vote on a referendum against some particular piece of power. Like, I think trying to put someone into power is inherently counter to voluntarism. But if there's just a thing, hey, do you want a new tax stealing even more of your money? And people just go in to say, no, I don't mind that. Now, in the long run, if enough people were there to do that, they could have just disobeyed it and broken it anyway without having to play their system and legitimize their system. But now the third version I'd add, with 18,000 caveats that I won't mention, if somebody runs for office and is all the way completely clear about the fact that whether he wins or not has nothing to do with anything about morality, changing legislation is not the way to change morality. Trying to get in a position of power is 100% irrelevant to right and wrong, and they're just sort of being a clown in the circus to say, hey, this whole circus is bogus and illegitimate. I can see a use to that. Unfortunately, the vast majority of the time when I see libertarians running for office, they very quickly fall into the pattern of, if you vote for me, I will... If they vote for you, A, you will lose, and B, even if you won and did your legislative agenda, all you're doing is reinforcing the insane notion that we need legislative permission to be free. So if someone jumps into the circus just to be a clown and make fun of the circus, I can see some use in that. But actually trying to have a political or legislative agenda, to me, is just completely antithetical to actual self-ownership. Well, actually, I totally support what the abolitionists did, which is, I mean, some of them whined to change the law, but what broke slavery was not a change in legislation. It was people saying this law is evil and we're just going to break it. And it got to the point that juries wouldn't convict because enough people said this is evil, I'm not going to say guilty, even though they totally helped, slaves run away. The Underground Railroad was a bunch of nasty criminals, not voting, not petitioning, not asking for a change in the law, but breaking the back of an immoral law to the point that it fell apart. Similar thing with alcohol prohibition. When enough people disobey, it falls apart. And that's one of just the mathematical problems with trying to achieve freedom by way of running for office and politics and stuff. By the time you get enough people that you're anywhere near being able to vote someone into office who you hope is going to vote for something that you hope is going to pass all the other committees and get past all the other politicians to maybe give us a little bit of freedom back, when you were a fifth of the way there and you had 10% of the people on board, those 10% of the people could have broken any law of any empire ever. 10% of the people in this country is 30 million people. If 30 million people openly say, see this law, it's stupid, it's evil, we're going to defy it, and if you come to get us, we're going to shoot you, that's it. Way, way before you would ever get to the point of being able to vote that law out of existence. And that's what happened with the end of slavery is, you only needed enough people that on every jury, there's a few people going, slavery is screwed up, messed up, I'm not going to convict them. And a tiny little percentage of the population helping slaves escape up north and doing all that stuff. And then some of them like openly being, violently rebellious against slave owners to the point it was no longer enforceable. way before there was any legislative fix. And then politicians do what politicians always do after the fact, and they pretend it was their idea. Like with drug prohibition, we passed a new amendment saying with alcohol prohibition, saying you're allowed to have alcohol. Yeah, that's because the whole thing completely fell apart until you couldn't enforce it. So it's actually an example of open disobedience outrunning political and legislative action to achieve freedom way more than voting for some new slave master would have. The idea of, well, let's get a nicer master to give us permission is actually the other frickin' direction. That's the direction that says, yes, it's legitimate. Yes, we need the laws to tell us what we're allowed to do. Yes, we need a kind master who will be permissive. Then it's legitimate. Then we can all be quiet. Then we can settle down. And that is actually, like I said, that's a pro-authoritarian position, but it's also the smartest thing they can do. And the funny thing is, I'm glad they're being as stupid as they are and charging as fast into fascism, because a lot of normal people are actually waking up and going, what? Wait, since when did they have the right to tell me I can't leave my house? What the hell? Whereas if you get a kinder, nicer master, people go, oh, well, I guess I won't complain about this. And then you get to where we are now. Again, this is digital. This is not analog. I either own myself or somebody else has the right to rule me. If you accept that somebody else has the right to rule me and then bicker over how nice he should be to me, that is 100% anti-freedom. Literally, since the revolution, there have been people trying to be politically active and keep our government small and limited, and it grew into the biggest authoritarian empire the world has ever known.
And society doesn't want man to be free.
Society does not want man
to be free, because freedom means, according to socials, freedom means disorder. Revolt means disorder. Revolution means disorder. But man is always seeking freedom. But freedom merely outwardly in relation to the social structure. Therefore, he is a revolt against society, but not revolt against the inner psychological structure which has created this society.
The investment in psychological sleep is tremendous. That's why all those people, Gautam Buddha, Bodhidharma, Chuang-Tzu, Plotinus, Heraclitus, they all failed. They did their best. They struggled against the sleep of man, but still man is asleep. And whatever he is doing proves that he is asleep. These 2 world wars prove that he is asleep. The coming 3rd world war can be prevented only if we can awaken enough people so those people become infectious and go on awakening other people in a chain. And it has to be done so fast because time is not much. Otherwise, the sleepy people are going to destroy this life. Politicians are asleep. No awakened person can become a politician. For the simple reason because he cannot lie. He cannot give you promises that he knows can never be fulfilled. No awakened people will be a politician because he has no desire for his ego to be fulfilled. There is no ego anymore. Ego exists as a substitute self in sleep. The moment you are awakened, ego has no function. It is useless. You are there, now you don't need it. And the man who knows himself has no inferiority complex. Unless you are suffering from some inferiority complex, you will not be involved into any kind of leadership. Political, religious, social, you don't have the base. The inferiority complex is the cause of everybody becoming ambitious. Because if they don't become somebody in the world, in their own eyes, they fail. They want to prove themselves that we are here, that we have been here. They want to be recorded, their names in the history, although they know that even the greatest names in history by and by go on slipping from the prominence, become footnotes, move into the appendix and out of the door. Naturally, how many people we can go on carrying, but they want to make their name. That too proves something animal. All the animals of the world have an instinct. Scientists call it the territorial imperative. The dog pissing on the tree is simply making his signature. He is saying that this tree belongs to me. He won't allow another dog to come near, and other dogs will smell his urine and will know that this tree is not free, not available. Somebody possesses it. There are animals who will go on, particularly the lion, urinating on a vast territory, just so that everybody is aware. Man also works in the same way. All these nations are nothing but people pissing and making a boundary that this is America, this is Soviet Union, this is India. You can smell it is a different country. Don't enter without a visa, without a passport. Otherwise, there is no need for any nations on the earth. What is the need? Can't we all live as one humanity?
Is a theory of nature. I said there are three theories. The Western mechanical theory, nature as an artifact, the Hindu dramatic theory, and the Chinese organic theory. Nature, human nature included, is an organism. And an organism is a system of orderly anarchy. There is no boss in it, but it gets along by being left alone and being allowed to do its stuff. That's what the Chinese Taoist philosophy calls Wu Wei, which means not doing nothing, but not interfering with the course of events, not acting against the grain. The idea of Li, the idea of natural order, is like this: patterns on foam, patterns in jade, the shapes of the clouds, the shapes of trees and mountains. They are orderly, but we cannot put our finger on the order. We know it's orderly, but we don't know why. And we know it's completely different from a mess. From a mess. The order of nature is in that way then indefinable. When St. Augustine was asked what is time, he said, I know what it is, but when you ask me, I don't. So in the same way, the Chinese would say, we know what the order of nature is, but if you ask us, we don't. The poet says, picking chrysanthemums along the eastern fence, gazing in silence at the southern hills, the birds fly home through the soft mountain air of dusk. In all these things there is a deep meaning, but when we are about to express it, we suddenly forget. That's nature as a self-ordering, but it doesn't really know how it does it. Another poem says, if you want to know where the flowers come from, even the god of spring doesn't. This is a very remarkable attitude. Politically, you see, if you translate this into politics, it is a high philosophical anarchy. And there's a lot to be said for this as a political point of view. That, in other words, government is always a mess. Because the state opposes itself. We live under a constitution where we are supposed to be governed by ourselves. As somebody once said, down with democracy when we get it. Because the state always, the government always creates itself as a business in competition with all the other businesses. And it wins, because it's the biggest one of the bunch. The Taoists said of the state that it should be as anonymous and as unobtrusive as possible.
But the global community that's interested in liberty it's not like, you know, we're all something that's like separate from the government. It's all people, almost all people who in some way were directly interacting with or participating in government at some form. Half of the Liberty Global community were military, were cops, were, you know, bureaucrats in whatever layer, whether it's the court system or, you know, they were in, you know, the FBI or the CIA or, you know, they did some other thing, and they were a lawyer. And so many people, the reason this movement is so huge is because it's actually, we were all sadists, so all of us have been waking up, and yeah, there are people who have gotten this their whole lives or they've been raised this way, but most of us raised in the first world are not that. You know, sorry, I'm not somebody who can say I was raised as you know, to actually think I own myself and free will. There is a mindset coming from the subconscious of everyone around me of, you know, these people, as soon as they put on this uniform and have this title and badge, you just obey and you submit to them, and that's the right thing to do. And, you know, if you're raised that way, it takes a lot of layers. There's a lot of layers of programming to come out, and that is talking to people. And so we can't go, you know, shooting the people that are literally part of our own families and part of our own networks, because those people are the people we have to reach, and they're connected to people we love. We create another victim, and that, you know, that military guy and that cop was a victim of a lie, and we shoot them, and we create the victims by their kids going, well, somebody just killed my dad, and that kid's going to want vengeance. And so the ruling class knows this.
Doesn't fix it.
And people realize that that's not going to be the answer, but then so often people get upset and enraged in this movement by seeing the injustice, and they think, well, we just got to go start chopping heads, and that's how we got to do it. And that's actually
powerful enemy. It has to have a big, drastic, climactic ending.
That's what they want, though. That's what they want.
Yeah.
That's all they know. Their language is violence.
That's what they're good at, is war machines.
They can squash violence.
And the thing is, the end of statism would make the worst action movie ever. Because it's not going to be, it's literally, here come the big armies for the epic battle scene. And one army goes, hey, guys, can we just pause for a second and have a little chat? And the two armies have a chat, and the other army puts down their weapons and goes, yeah, this is dumb. The guy we work for is kind of a butthead. Never mind, let's go have a beer.
That's what happened in actual war a couple times.
I know.
It actually happened where both sides were like, do you want to be blown up? Because I really don't want to be blown up. And I really am not trying to blow you up. If you'll just stop blowing me up right now, I can just go home to my wife and kids. You can go home to your wife and kids. And then they're having beers. And, you know, both ruling classes, both factions that are trying to pit the pawns against each other are like, crap.
Yeah, that's what ruling classes are actually scared of. And we've seen that in protests. It happened in Greece, maybe Spain. It happened a few different places where the police went out, shut down those protesters, and they went over and was like, yeah, you guys sort of have a point, so we're just going to put down our weapons and hang out with you. That's what scares the crap out of the ruling class, is people just, you know, them losing their own enforcers because people just talk to them and they realize, yeah, we don't really like them either. Never mind. So, sorry it doesn't make a good movie ending with a big giant battle scene, but that's
it's not
really...
300, sorry guys. It's not Leonidas being like, this is Sparta!
It's like, this is Sparta. Let me ask you a few questions about what you believe concerning authority and the right of... That's how it actually ends. So if you want to be a part of the actual solution, you know, for all the people say, well, what's your solution? It isn't a revolution. It isn't a shootout. It isn't sabotage. It isn't hiding in the woods. It's learn to communicate the ideas of self-ownership and non-aggression. The only solution is getting people to escape the mindset of authoritarianism. The external stuff doesn't matter.
just sharing messages, sharing love, sharing inspiration, sharing hope, right? Because that's what the world needs right now, is a vision of a future that is inspiring and empowering. Right? You can't all walk outside right now and be in your own food forest, but you can in the future if you start planning it now. Right? You might be in a place where you can't have mango trees, but you can have a lot of other crops that grow in your zone. Right? You got some sweet potatoes coming in on the ground here, sunshine mimosa, hibiscus, and curry and neem, and bananas coming in. 2.5 years ago, my friends, there was nothing here but sand. And now I'm walking through a food forest canopy. This is lemongrass. This is it. Back to nature. If you want to protest, plant a garden. If you want to protest, don't scream at a building. Don't scream at a politician. They'll just turn that energy into rage, and then they'll use it to divide the rest of us. That's what they do. And if you want to protest, simply live free.